Okay. So, can you just give me some idea what understanding you do have right now about F5 LTM and GTM?
Uh, I've never worked on F5, but I've worked on Azure WAF and Citrix ADC and WAF.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So no idea on F5.
Okay. So, okay. Let's say if I just talk about the load balancer, what you think about load balancer?
So basically, yeah, I do know that Citrix ADC and base Azure Application Gateway. So
Okay.
from a client, traffic hits on the VIP, which is the front end IP of the load balancer, and then based on the load balancing algorithm and backend pool attached, it will send the traffic to the healthy backend instance. And sometimes what it does is that once the VIP gets the traffic, if the WAF is also integrated, WAF will check if there's any layer 7 security breach uh, d- on the traffic. If it is there, it will restrict it. And it can also do SSL termination on the VIP itself, because then once you are encrypting, decrypting, you can just see that so that the backend can have HTTP traffic and the front end can have HTTPS, so that the backend doesn't have to do the SSL encryption decryption. Backend can have just the HTTP traffic.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Okay. So, basically in F5, like, or F5, or even if I talk about like any other vendor. So when we start learning F5 or let's say Palo Alto or any Azure or anything, right? So there are a few things that we should know. Okay. Like from the routing and switching purpose, right? I'm talking about like the basic packet flow. Okay. Because if we, let's say, understand the basic packet flow of the routing and switching, then easily we can understand the packet flow of the other vendors. Okay. And apart from packet flow, basic routing decision whenever a device gets a packet, how that route the packet. Because the moment we talk about the routing, right? Routing is something open standard everywhere. So whenever we use any of the NOS, let's say if I talk about the Cisco NOS, if I talk about Azure NOS, if I talk about the PAN OS, if I talk about this F5 OS also, right? So the background logic is exactly same. They never change the routing decision, the routing parameters, never change. Because those are something open standard and everyone use exactly same way. What they do actually, they put the enhanced capability. So if I talk about F5, they put the enhanced capability for the load balancing. If I talk about the Palo Alto, they put the capability of the security and so on, but the networking part would be exactly same. Okay. So apart from this, you should know the netting, how the net works. Okay, because here in F5 by default, we have one single net enabled, other we have to enable. Okay, but on the router side, we never see any net by default. Okay, and about few VLANs, SVI, trunk port, access port, because in the F5 we use one hand and two hand network, right? So that we should know. And apart from this, mm, you should know about the HSRP, VRRP, basically the
Oh,
these two protocols. Yeah,
yeah, I'm so sorry. What I'm saying is, I know this is kind of because you can just keep it specific to F5 only, because I know that even though we should compare even Azure, Citrix, and other vendors, Akamai as well. But if we just keep it to F5, that would be great, because comparisons, like if we compare, like you understand, like Azure does by default SourceNet, right? And Palo Alto does not, right?
uh,
So that would, I know that things are too many. I mean, we should, but let's just keep it to F5,
yeah,
because I'm not that intelligent as you are. Sorry
yeah.
about that.
No worries. So basically, idea was like if you want to understand few things, so we can discuss first of all those things if you want any clarity, and then further we can move to clearly F5. So that was the idea. No worries. We can start with directly F5. Okay. So
Okay, okay.
mm, so the moment we talk about F5, we have few flavors in the F5 as we know, right? Now the moment we come to the NOS, right? There are two things. First of all, so whenever we talk about any vendor, right? They actually have some hardware series, okay, and they have some software series also, right? Agree? Now the moment we talk about the hardware series, right? So the moment we talk about the hardware series, right, what happens actually, in the F5, there are two terms of devices. One, we call it directly BIG-IP F5, and one is a Virpon series. Okay. So do you have any idea about these two series of the hardware? In the BIG-IP F5 series also, we do have some series, other kind of series. In the Virpon also, we do have a different series, right? But what is the main difference between these two hardware? What do you think?
So the first one is called.
BIG-IP F5. Okay. The other
Okay,
one,
this is BIG-IP F5 and Virpon.
Virpon
Okay.
series. Correct.
I have no idea.
Okay. So again, so about a few things we have to compare, then only we can understand the good thing. Okay. Now, let's say
Sure, sure, sure.
in the switching, in the let's say in the Cisco switching, right? What we do, let's say if I want to enhance the hardware capability, so we generally do the stacking, right? Correct. Now, what is stacking? Do you know?
Sorry, Cisco, we do stacking, then I lost you, sorry.
Oh, so in the stacking, what we do actually? What is stacking? Any idea?
Uh,
Let me explain.
no.
Let me explain. So the moment
The
assume,
switch stack you meant?
yes, exactly, exactly. So in the switch stack,
You can explain, sorry about that.
no worries. Let's say we have switch number one, switch number two, and it has few ports. Let's say port 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3, and 1 by 4, and so on. And this is, let's say, again 1 by 1, 1 by 2, and 1 by 3, and so on. So right now, these are two different switches. And the moment we have different switches, definitely we need to take care of the few protocols, spanning tree also, and so on, right? It means right now, to manage this infra, what I have here, I do have two hardware and two different brain also, right? Now, in the companies, let's say if I need to enhance the hardware capability, so what we do actually, we do the stacking. We stack these two switches using stack cables. There are a few stack cables available, right? The moment we do the stacking here, what happens actually, these two hardware will be acting like a single hardware. It means virtually this will be a single brain, one single brain with two splitted hardware. Now these interfaces would be like 1 by 1 by 1, 1 by 1 by 2. It means 1 by 1 was already there. This one becomes from the switch number one, and this would be 2 by 1 by 1, 2 by 1 by 2. So using stacking, what we do actually, we enhance the capability of the hardware and we will have a single brain. Okay. Now, what F5 says, don't do this thing in our hardware. We don't support those things, but still, if you need to enhance hardware, and definitely every big company, they need some good hardware. They need n number of support, right? Because if I just talk about 15 ports, 16 ports, those are not sufficient for a big company, right? They might need around hundreds of port, might be, right? So F5 says don't do that thing in our hardware. We don't support that, right? Do one thing. If you have that such requirement, buy the Virpon series. If you do have a requirement of a single switch only, individual switches, buy the BIG-IP F5. So Virpon is something, they have pre-built stacking switches. Here, they have a single switch. So I'll quickly show you. You get the idea what exactly this is?
Yeah, so Virpon does stacking of switches and F5, BIG-IP F5 just have one single switch.
Exactly, correct. So let me show you a few images so you can get the clear idea. Yeah. So you see, this is BIG-IP F5, just a single hardware. Okay. Now, BIG-IP Virpon series. Now you see, here we have a single brain, but if you see, these are different slots. But if you see, very similar to those individual units, right? But now this becomes a single unit. So this F5 actually have these available. One is Virpon series, BIG-IP F5 Virpon series, and one is BIG-IP F5 normal series. Got it? Any confusion,
Yes,
doubt?
yes.
Now, if I talk about,
So these switch stacks act as a single brain.
yeah, exactly. So this complete stack, let's say there are, if you see these are right, so these are around 8 stacking here, right? So these will act as a single unit. It means the moment you will log in, you will have a single brain, but the hardware capability is very high here, right?
So all six will be in use, or only one or two will be getting used?
Um,
Or there be a failover when the
okay,
when it's
okay,
down?
kind of failover. Okay, again, let's say if I come back here in this switching, right? So stacking is something. I do have two switches, individual switches, but the issue is the moment I'm connecting few ports here, few ports here, few more ports here, I need to manage two different switches this time. I need to just log into this switch first of all, then I have to come here, then I have to come here to do some task. Definitely, right? So what we do then, we do the stacking using a stack cable. Then this switch will be like a single switch with more hardware capability. That's it. Okay. If this has 16 and 16 ports, now virtually it would be one single hardware with 32 port switches. It means the hardware capability has increased, and the benefit here we have a single brain we have. Okay. Got it? So here
Means it's not a failover. It's not a failover. It's
it's
kind
not,
of like
yeah,
it
it is
is using all the 32 ports. So that is addition. So that's
exact,
great. Right.
exact,
Thank you.
right. So the moment we want to enhance the hardware capability, then only this picture comes. Okay. The moment we say active and passive,
Thank you.
those things are very different, because that time one device actively work, other device wait for the failure. But here in this case, both are available, both are working for their host available, but we have a single brain. That's it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, that's why here the Vipron series actually have a different series for that purpose, right? So if you want to have a single physical hardware, just one single unit, right? So we buy the BIG-IP F5 series, right? But if we have this Vipron series, or if I have the requirement of the multiple chassis series, right? So we actually go for the Vipron. So as an engineer, we should know what point of time we should suggest a Vipron series to the customer or a normal series to the customer, right? So if we have the good idea of every single series, like two series we have only here, right? The BIG-IP F5 series and Vipron series. So the moment we build a customer design, let's say you work in a L3 designing team, right? And that time you get a chance to basically design a network, right? And you have to import the F5 also. So that time, the moment you take the requirement from the customer, right? You will help the customer to build the HLD, LLD, and that time you will choose the hardware also. So that time you can choose the customer is sufficient using a single unit, or the customer need definitely a Vipron series. Okay.
Okay. So that customer will inform us and based on his requirement. Thank you.
Exactly. So as a engineer or as a L3 engineer, right, we get the requirement from the customers. And as per those requirements, we suggest to the customer that, okay, for this requirement, this is the hardware that you can use. Or you have to procure this hardware, then only we can work further, or your requirements will fulfill as per this hardware, or maybe your future requirements. Because the moment we set up a complete network, we do not think like just 1 year working, right? We think about how the next year, next 10 year, 5 years, the network will expand. They will have few more customers. That's how we decide and we design the network, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And at any point of time, if you think like you need any more explanation, or the thing is not clear, you can stop me at the same time. I'll start again. Okay. So just make sure whatever you're learning, you are learning actually. Okay.
Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thanks a lot. I'll do likewise.
Okay. So, but now if I talk about the NOS here, if here we support 10 features, exactly 10 features here we do have. Okay. Exactly 10 features here we do have. There's no difference in the feature list, because the NOS we talk about here is actually TMOS, Traffic Management Operating System. So they call it Traffic Management Operating System, right? And whenever we use one of the nodes or we get the UI, we enable the modules. So actually, as per the license, we enable the modules. It means if you do have license of LTM, GTM, AFM, right? The same TMOS you will use, you will enable your license, and then it will activate those three modules. If you do have license only for the LTM, exactly same NOS you will be having. You will just use your key, and that TMOS will only enable your LTM module. Got it?
Okay, so I do understand you're saying LTM, GTM, ASM have different licenses, but what is exactly NOS, NOS, and TMOS? TMOS is a GUI name or something?
Okay. So if I talk about the Cisco, they call it IOS. Okay, whatever NOS they have. If I talk about, okay, NOS is something a standard name I'm using, and then what I'm saying, what the vendor call it. Okay. If I talk about the Palo Alto, the NOS they are using, right? They call it PAN-OS. Okay. Palo
Okay,
Alto operating
NOS. Okay, got it, got it.
system. And the F5 call that as a TMOS, Traffic Management Operating
Oh,
System. Okay.
got it. Thank you now. So I
Yeah.
worked in Palo Alto. So if you're giving me reference with Palo Alto or Azure, it's kind of like great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Now I understand.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So this is how we have the traffic management routing system here. So whenever we want to work any of the configuration, we have to go into TMSH. The command we run, actually, I'll show you everything. TMSH we run, and then we actually get in the shell of the TMSH. Now there are two different parameters. Okay. So if you start working on the Cisco, you directly land into iOS. If you start working the Palo Alto, you directly land into the PAN-OS. Okay. But F5 actually, all these operating systems are Linux based, first of all. Okay. They claim they have the operating system, but no, really, they don't have their own operating system. Okay. Every single vendor use Linux in the background. Okay. So, do you have any idea on the Linux? What Linux is?
Yeah, so we need to do CD to directories or sometimes, use grep with the to find
Awesome.
us search in the
Okay.
search
Some
commands. Yeah.
EI,
So it's a
security,
Linux, it
exact.
has some CPU utilization and
Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. Basic idea you should know. So, all these vendors, they do not have their own operating system. They actually use Linux. They enhance the capability of the NOS. Okay. They enhance the capability by doing some code changes and all. And over top of that, they put a wrapper. And that wrapper is basically Cisco call it iOS. Palo Alto call is PAN-OS. And F5 call is TMS. Okay. It means these are not the real operating system. In the background, they are using Linux with some more enhanced capabilities, right? And over top of that, they're using a language. Language is something, let's say, if I ask you to create one Python program, your Python program would be ready with one of the UI assume, okay, or CLI assume. But in the background, your Python program will get the input from a file, will save the input into a file. You can consider that program is this program, and in the background, that database or something, whatever the base is there, right? That's a Linux here. Okay. So every single operating system, every single vendor, they actually use Linux in the background, and over top of that, they use the shell. These are called as shell. In the shell, you give some input, shell check, okay, this is your input. The background command is something there. In the Unix, in the Linux, they run it, they get the output, they show you a different output. Okay, a partial output they show you. So in the Cisco, we directly land into iOS. In the Palo Alto, we directly land into PAN-OS. But in the F5, we actually land into Linux first of all. Okay, and if I want to run the F5 commands, actually we go inside the TMSH. So the moment we run the command TMSH, then actually we go to the F5 shell. Got it? So that's a shell of F5.
okay.
So if someone asks,
So first we are in Linux, then we go to TMOS. Okay, got
exactly
it.
right. So if someone asks, okay, run these command in the shell, it means they are asking actually to run the command inside the TMSH. Okay. We will see these
Okay.
things. Yeah. So right now we actually learning initially the very basics of F5. What is F5? What can be F5 and what features it has? Those basic parameters we are learning. We are not even right now moving to the behavior, or we can say those features of the CLI features, UI features. We are just learning the very base of the F5 that you really should know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now the question here is like why everyone is using Linux? Why they are not moving to Windows? Why they are not moving to any other like Mac operating system? Why specifically only Linux? Any idea? What do you think about this?
Uh, yeah, I do know the answer and I should know also. Basically, Linux has if one process goes down, everything goes down. And
Oh,
whereas in Linux, if one process goes down, then the other stays up. It won't go
okay,
down.
okay.
Maybe
I'll refine it. This is absolutely correct, right? I'll refine it. Any other benefit?
I think this is the only one. I am
Okay,
not sure.
let me explain. So if I talk about the operating system of, let's say, Mac and Windows, the very first thing is something, the license. Linux is actually free to use, right? But for these operating system, Linux, the Microsoft Windows and these Mac operating systems, we have to pay yearly, right? So if individual is using, fine, they can use a pirated version also. But if a big company is using, they have to buy the license, right? The very first thing. So the companies actually save a big cost here. They do not really need to pay a single penny to anyone. The very first thing. Second thing is, let's do not consider the cost now, right? In the Microsoft, in the Mac operating system, actually 90% files are there. Those are DLL files. Those are actually encrypted files, right? But in the Linux, every single file is open source. Every single file. It means if you go to Google, you will find the source code. Actually, you will get for every single directory. It means you can redesign your Linux. If your Linux is 1, 2, 3, 4 in this coding, you can actually change the coding to 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, something like that. It means you have the full permission to do any single change in the Linux. Third, here, these Windows operating system, these nodes will have direct access to kernel, or we can say CPU, let's say. And then over top of that, if I will run anything, right? So that will have the lower priority and this nodes will have the higher priority. So whatever task they are running, they will have the higher priority and this nodes will have the lower priority, or whatever application I will run over top of that, right? And that's why what we see actually these process kind of things. So one process fail, it means now that nodes will actually process these things first, the nodes behavior, and then your process will be there, right? But in the Linux, what we can do actually, we can also control the kernel behavior. It means once we have the Linux available, we can we can code the Linux in such a way, please prioritize my application first. So exactly if I need to configure tmsh, I can tell my kernel, so whenever you get such command from tmsh, do process first of all this one, then other task you can do. Got it? So these are the benefits we have while using Linux. Okay. Any input?
Yes, sure.
Any
Thank you.
questions? All good?
So we can customize the processes in kernel. We can say what to prioritize. Correct. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Right. So these are the benefits we have. That's why every single vendor prefer this one. Okay. The Linux always. Now,
Okay. Is there any command where we can figure it out how it's prioritizing which
oh,
process in kernel?
that's actually coding of those vendors, because if we can check those things, anyone can like have the code available, right? And anyone can have a new company available with those code,
Okay, that's like vendor specific. So
vendor specific. Exactly.
okay, no
Because
worries.
you see Palo Alto, they have a very different behavior. If you see F5, very different behavior. Cisco, very different behavior, just because of the shell, just because of the coding they are using, right?
Okay, thank you so much for telling me the background. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate. I was not expecting
No worries.
this also. Thank you so much.
I'll download everything. Whatever I know, I'll download everything. Okay. About F5 and these things. Okay. So because you see, like while working in the company, and if you're working as an engineer, you should know every single piece of information about the product. And if you know, you would be like on top of the list, right? So just try to learn everything, whatever you think about, like that would be there. So just learn it, right? Okay. Now, hey, just give me a minute. Sorry. Okay. Start. So the moment you talk about F5 load balancer, right? So we are using actually LTM right now. So we are learning LTM. LTM is a base actually. If you want to learn GTM, if you want to learn AFM and so on, right? So LTM is something that's a base. If you want to go for, let's say, CCNP, CCI, anything, the base is CCNA. Whatever we learn in CCNA, same thing, we enhance, we put some extra commands, we put some extra logic in CCNP and so on. But the very base is CCNA. Same here, LTM is a base. Because LTM is that hardware actually. First of all, you will configure LTM. Even let's say if you want to configure your GTM, you want to configure your ASM, right? You have to actually bring up your LTM nodes. Okay. So initially, once you bring up your LTM node, then only your GTM will work, because GTM actually redirect your traffic to your LTM actually, right? Finally, because GTM take care of your DNS records, right? And then that identify which DC is actually available right now. DC means your LTM site is available right now, and then it redirect. It means this is very base. If you don't know the LTM, you can't really understand any other technology. So LTM is something that we are starting, and that should be the way. Okay. Now, we have here, the moment we talk about the F5 LTM, we do have some securities also here. And the moment we talk about security, those are basically encryption, decryption. I'm sure you know about the encryption, decryption. Can you just give me some basic ideas so I can refine it and I can add few more points? What is encryption?
Encryption is in HTTPS, which we do it in SSL handshake.
Okay.
Basically, if a HTTPS traffic comes in, then the client, the SNI and the client hello have to match the server. I mean, once we send the client hello, that's when the server gets to know that which certificate it has to revert back, and the server certificate SAN has to match with the client hello SNI, and then the client authenticates, checking if it has the RCA and trusted certificate authority, and then there is symmetric and asymmetric key exchange is done, and then the whole idea is just to have the encryption of the data done. And if the like if we have F5 or some technologies which can do SSL termination, where F5 is the one who is doing the SSL decryption, then it can check WAF policies, and so that the backend servers don't have to do the
Exactly.
encryption decryption. Backend can have the HTTP traffic. Yeah.
Exactly correct, right? So there are multiple things. So if you want your F5 to do the encryption, decryption, F5 can do. If you want your F5 to pass the traffic just simple towards your server, it can do. So basically, we have the full control on the F5, what behavior you want. So it means if I consider, let's say, we have F5 we have a client available and we have the server available, assume. Okay. This is your server, just keeping one server, 1.1.1.1. Let's say this has 11.1.1.1. This has, let's say, 10.0.0.1, and this has 10.0.0.2, right? So the first case we can see your data will come here, and that is, let's say, encrypted. Now the F5, okay, those TCP sessions and so on, I'll talk about later. As of now, we are just having a discussion on encryption, decryption. F5 will definitely do a decryption, will read the data, because F5 has to do this task. We'll read the data, and then by using some profiles, it will do some task. Okay. And then further, F5 will decide what my servers are using. If these servers are actually configured without SSL, so I will send the decrypted data. So that's the first case we have. Okay. Another case. I'm getting a traffic that is encrypted. F5 will read the data, and now it's saying, oh, okay, my servers are also using encryption. They also are using the certificate. So I need to again re-encrypt the data and have to send to server encryption. And if my client is actually sending me a plain text traffic, a decrypted format, right? Now I can decide it has to go to server via encrypted way or via decrypted way. It means there are two connections. One is this one and one is this one. So always, whenever F5 comes in picture, there's a L3 endpoint here we have, not endpoint, L3 point here we have, right? So that decide, or that will have one logical connection here in between client and F5, and then further one more logical connection between your F5 and your server. Got it? And the same goes to your TCP sessions also.
Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah, like F5 will have two different TCP and
exactly.
SSL
Yeah,
connections with.
yes, correct. And here we use few profiles also, persistent profiles also, where we track the sessions. I don't want to keep, let's say we have 10,000 connections. I don't want to keep 10,000 connections. I can keep one connection with my one of the server. So that also will do. Okay. But yes, this is how the F5 actually works. Okay. Now, next thing. Compression and
And you were
uh,
saying something like F5 does SNAT by source NAT by default. Is that something like?
okay. So the moment you talk about F5, that do the destination net actually. Okay. By default. So DNAT
Oh, okay.
by default here, not SNAT.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe you have the same
Okay.
understanding, but in a different behavior. Once I'll explain the DNAT, you will get the clear idea what is your understanding and what I actually am trying to explain. Okay. And it is the
Okay. Sure. Sure. Thank you.
moment, yeah, the moment we do the configuration, on the configuration, it automatically decide the DNAT automatically. Okay. So there are a few pretty much good concept here, right? I'll talk about those data.
Okay. Sure.
Now, the moment you talk about compression, decompression, right? So what do you think? Just few lines.
Compression is also done in SSL handshake, where we tell about the HTTP version and the ALPN compression we will want to do. So
Okay.
I think the TLS 1.3 supports and 1.2 supports better compression methods.
Correct.
ALPN and I'm
But
using this one.
but along with that, let's say even if I use one of the application, they support a different methods of the compression. But if I do it via my laptop, right, it will not compress well. Let's say I do have 1 GB of the file, it might compress 800 MB, 700 MB, and so on, right? But the moment we, let's say, we have one of the server, right, and we are downloading one of the file from the Google Drive or something. The moment we download, that is, let's say, 1 GB file we are downloading, but the moment we decompress it, that becomes around 4 GB or 10 GB around, right? Agree? So what happens actually,
Yes, yes.
our CPU or why our laptop will not have the power to do that and why the other servers do. So basically, if I just compare with one of the thing, let's say one of the laptop, okay, let's say in this laptop um you want to run, let's say a gaming application, let's say a GTA 5. Okay. And what you do have here, you do have 16 GB RAM, you do have, let's say, 8-core CPU, and let's say 500 GB hard disk. Fine. Other hand, you do have the same laptop with same configuration, 500 GB, 16 GB RAM, 8-core CPU, but you do have one dedicated graphic card also with 16 GB RAM and 4-core CPU, assume. The moment you will run the same game on this laptop, you will have the good performance, but here you will not have the good performance, right? Agree? Reason behind, we are
Yeah.
using here a very dedicated hardware to actually support that specific task, right? So the moment I'll run the game here, the game will automatically detect, do I have any specific hardware to perform a good operation? Yes, I do have. So I will perform very better here. In the same way, the moment you talk about these compression, right? To do the compression, there are two things. One is compress well, do not compress well. So the moment we talk about do not compress well, we do not use any hardware, specific hardware. But the moment we talk about the compress well, right, we actually use compression cards. Okay. So they will have a
Okay.
different processing unit to do it. That's why the moment you like download any of the files from the big servers, right, they actually use the compression card to do it. Okay. Because again, if your single CPU will do everything, you will not have the compressed well feeling over there. But if you do have CPU plus your dedicated CPU to do the same thing, you will have a better result, right? So in the F5 also we can use those compression cards. Okay. So if, but again, depend on your customer use case. What your customer use case is, your customer will have some big files available for your customers, for your clients, then only you will suggest your compression card or any series of the compression card. Otherwise, normal F5 will work. Got it? So again, when
Okay.
we use
So
these,
Wipron will have mostly the compression cards maybe because it has a lot of switch stacks as well.
okay, that enhance the hardware capability, but that time also we decide like, do we need those compression cards or not? Because these are something the use case specific, right? So that time we decide if we need it, yes, we can enhance and we can have one more compression card in the Vipron series. Okay. These are
Okay. So
something
compression cards are different than switch stacks. They are different functionalities. Okay, got it.
exactly. Because this compression card will only work the moment you will use
Okay.
a HTTP profile with compression available, right? So that time, if you do have your compression card available, your F5 will perform well. Okay.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any confusion till this point? Any doubt you do have?
Uh,
All
so
okay?
it is compression is basically just perform enhancing the performance because the data is it's like a high TB of data which needs to be decompressed.
Exactly. Right. Okay. So, but this comes
Okay, got
only
it.
is when you want
Okay,
to
got it.
compress a
Thank you.
specific big file size, then only this works. Okay. Is it clear?
Okay,
Okay. Cool.
got it. Thank you so much. Yes, yes.
Now, next thing. So, the moment we talk about F5 device, we should know even the placement of the devices. If I talk about Cisco router, right, I can place with ISP. If I talk about a Cisco switch, I can place with directly LAN. If I talk about your Palo Alto hardware, right, I can directly have a ISP facing interface, right? What do you think about F5? F5 is a ISP facing device, or that should be server specific device?
After what I've seen is right after firewall, it the Altin comes, it's server facing.
Exactly, always, right? Because the final goal is something to do the load balance on multiple servers. So it's kind of thing we never connect F5 directly with ISP because we don't have that use case, right? We can connect if you want, but because definitely F5 will perform the routing behavior also. But the main task is something the F5 has to very close to your servers, right? Either you connect directly your switches, use your servers, right? Or you connect via the switches when you do have multiple VLANs data. Got it? So F5, the moment you connect servers, right, you will have the privilege to add your VLANs, or without VLAN also you can configure. So that the moment we'll start learning those things, you will get the clear idea of what actually we do in the Cisco VLANs and what we are doing here. You can actually relate it with those VLANs configuration. Same like Palo Alto. In the Palo Alto, the same interface I can have with
Uh,
L3, L2, with VLAN. Same here, we can actually configure VLANs or without VLAN also, the same interface as L3 or L2. Okay?
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now, next. So the moment we talk about this F5 LTM, right? So let's say I'll just draw a few design and then we'll see few things. Okay. So let's say we have one user that is connected to ISP, then another ISP that is connected to your, let's say, I'm just thinking a different design that we can discuss. Mhm. So I'm bypassing one router here, whatever our router or firewall will connect. And then further via a switch, we have 3 servers connected. Server 1, server 2, server 3. And assume these are having 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2, and 10.0.0.0.3. 10.0.0.4. One router we have, R1, that is also having one ISP connection connected to LAN, 10.0.0.5. Okay, cool. Now there are two things. Assume the servers, let's say you are designing one customer design, okay, and you do have such requirement where your servers will also sync something with the internet. Assume there are few things. Your server, it's a time sync. Assume your server has to be time sync with a global time zone, right? And they need some internet connectivity. Okay, so that time definitely you will configure a default gateway towards your router. Agree?
Yes, yes. The servers have default gateway towards router, correct.
Definitely. If these are kind of like they need some outbound connectivity or they need some internet connectivity, right, to do some task or to sync something, definitely we need one default gateway towards the router, right? Now, because router will perform those every single operation for the routing purpose, right? Cool. Let's say here we have 11.1.1.1.1, and here we have, let's say, 11.1.1.2. Okay. Now, in this case, whenever you'll, let's say you will communicate to abc.com, abc.com will have binded with 111. Now your DNS actually comes in picture. If your company is using F5 LTM and DNS both, right, your DNS actually resolve the queries, right? So what happens actually, I'll just add one more diagram here. Okay. Your user, okay, will actually go to your ISP that says, I want to go to abc.com. It will give you one IP address, let's say that is 12.1.1.1.1. Okay. That request goes to your DNS, F5 DNS. That's the IP address of this one, 12.1.1.1.1. Okay. Now, the request goes here, the DNS check which DC is available right now. Okay. So let's say one of the node, this is available right now, that is very near to your customer as per the geographical location, and that is address is 11.1.1.1.1. There would be few more LTMs, but this is very closest answer this DNS can provide. So this DNS will provide 11.1.1.1 finally, right? And then finally your PC will actually communicate to 11.1.1.1. So now that goes here. Perfect. Now the source address is, let's say, 1.1.1.1. Destination is 11.1.1.1.1. On the F5, we configure virtual server that is actually having this IP address. This will be having a connection to your pool members, and pool members are, let's say, 10.0.0.1, 10.0.0.2, and 10.0.0.3. Pool members are basically your nodes. Okay. Now, this will say, as per the load balancing, this is the right server to do the load balancing. So what it will do actually, it will translate the destination into another destination, 10.0.0.2. You see what is happening here? Your DNAT is happening here, right? By using this mechanism. Your VSIP is 11.1.1.1.1, and that is having a binding of these addresses, right? It would be kind of mapping 11.1.1.1 is mapped with 10.0.0.1, 11.1.1.1 is mapped with 10.0.0.2, and same 11.1.1.1 is mapped with 10.0.0.3. So the moment it will recite the load balancing mechanism, right? It will use one of the server, let's say that's a server. So it will do a destination-based NAT here, right? And the packet will move inside. Now, if we are not doing source-based NAT, there would be some issues. What issues? In this situation only, the packet, let's say, move to your 10.0.0.2. Fine, that says, okay, I'm receiving your request. Very perfect. This PC will reply with source IP address 10.0.0.2. Destination IP address would be 11.1.1.1.1.1. Okay, no problem. As that is 1.1.1.1, it will use default gateway address. Perfect. Because any other subnet that I want to communicate, right, that has to go via the default gateway. The default gateway is here. The packet will come here. It will do the translation and all, right? Because the packet is coming from inside, it will do a translation. And now the packet will move out with source address 11.1.1.2 and destination would be 1.1.1.1. Cool. Now the packet will move here, will go to this PC. Tell me one thing, this user will accept the packet, will deny the packet, or any other thing will happen here. What do you think?
It's asymmetric, so it will reject.
It will reject just because of asymmetric or any other reason. Because the
I
moment
think asymmetric is the reason.
okay, okay. The moment we talk about asymmetric is something we are using a different path for the forwarding, a different path to receive the packet, right? It is something
Yes.
A is going via this way to B, and B is replying via this way. That is asymmetric. And we have the latency, we have other issues here, right? But the packet we can receive in the asymmetric. Asymmetric is something.
I think we cannot because okay, I think I got it wrong because firewall is stateful and that's why it drops asymmetric. But rest people don't drop asymmetric. That's what you're saying?
Okay, what I'm saying here is the moment asymmetric is fine actually. That is not an issue. Issue comes when you have asymmetric and some like your latency and so on. In this case, your PC will say, I was actually trying to come. This PC was even creating one session to a destination 11.1.1.1.1. But actually, the device is getting a reply from 11.1.1.1.2. A very different packet. You see? This user requested.
I missed.
Yeah, this user requested to 11.1.1.1 to this ISP, right? To this IP. But in the reply,
Okay.
just because of this router, just because of the default gateway, and we don't do here the source-based NAT, just because of that, this router has to give reply. So this PCR is getting a packet this time, but with a different IP address that is 11.1.1.2. It means I requested this one, but I'm getting a reply from this one. So there's no match. I will drop your.
How is that possible? How is that possible? Because the PC IP is 11.1. So why, if the response is given to different person, it won't ever reach it?
Okay. So if I just talk about the routing, right? The PC IP address here is 1.1.1.1. Okay. That is trying to communicate to a destination that is 11.1.1.1. Agree? Okay.
Yes.
And just because of this process, the packet is routing via the router one. And in general, router will say, okay, I'm getting a packet with source IP address 10.0.0 to my LAN IP address, and the public IP address is 1.1.1.1, the WAN IP address, which is this user IP address. Agree? It will simply do the netting as per the
Okay.
routing decision. It will actually now translate this 10.0.0.2 to actually 11.1.1.2, right? So the user IP is still same 1.1.1.1, but the requested IP, the destination was actually 11.1.1.1, but this time I'm getting a reply from 11.1.1.2. I was supposed to get actually reply from 11.1.1.1, right?
Okay, got it, got it.
Right. So that's why
Okay,
here,
because it will drop. So
exactly.
due to asymmetric only it is dropping because it sent to 11, but reply is from 11.2.
Exactly. But technically, the moment we call it asymmetric word, that is actually, in general, when we talk about asymmetric routing, right, that cause the latency issues, right? Because we might have a longer path available from this ISP and the shorter path available from that ISP. So
Yeah,
asymmetric
correct.
is the issue of the latency. So technically, we cannot say asymmetric, but in this diagram, we can combine two things, asymmetric plus your, and that asymmetric is causing this issue. That's why we are this packet, this failure will be there. Got it?
Okay, got it, got it.
Yeah. So,
Just one more thing, Neeraj. So,
uh,
initially you said first the abc.com got translated to 12.1 initially, like the first thing, and
exactly,
then which was F5 DNS, and
exactly,
F5 DNS chose the nearest LTN, which is 11.1,
right, correct.
right? So, so the same thing happened in Azure Traffic Manager, which is the GSLB,
Oh,
right? That it was figuring out the nearest uh,
uh-huh,
gateway. But is it but that we used to deploy traffic manager in Azure, and that's when it used to happen like this. But is it the same? But if we are just putting Azure Application Gateway, which is the F5, which is the layer 7 load balancer and WAF, that was not the process. So what I'm trying to ask you is that the process which you told, which correlates to
uh,
traffic manager in Azure, which is like the F5 DNS telling the nearest LTN.
uh-huh.
Does it happen in all LTNs? I mean, happens in all F5, or is it just one specific use case?
Oh, very okay. So, I'm not sure about the Azure how that works actually. So can't relate with that, right? But in the F5, this happens actually. Okay.
Yeah, so it's always happening that F5 will tell the nearest LTN,
All okay.
F5 DNS.
Yeah, the moment we design the DNS, so we actually have few more methods over there. So this was the one of the example. Okay. As per the if you are using the
Okay.
geolocation concept, then only it will happen. Otherwise, there are a few more methods that we can use actually. Okay.
Okay, so always like the F5 DNS using the methods available will tell the directed to the LTN IP.
Maybe
Got it.
as per the geolocation, maybe due to some other health decision, it will decide other servers. Depends on that configuration, what you are doing there. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Neeraj.
So in such conditions, so if you're trying to deploy such kind of design for your customer, right? So that time you have to make sure that you use the source net also here, right? Because if you perform source net, right, in that condition, we will do that actually. In that condition, now your packet will look like, not like this, it will look like 10.0.0.4 and 10.0.0.2, right? So your server can actually give reply to your FF directly, and your PC will receive the packet. Got it?
So basically, the backend instance of F5 will have some IPs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the moment you configure SNAT, we configure the pool also here, SNAT pool also. Okay.
Okay, so then the source will be not the client IP, but the SNAT pool of
Ex-
F5 in the backend.
yes, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
So I'll show you both ways. One, I'll show you without SNAT. I'll capture the packet here and here also, right? But I'll not be having a router at that time. So I'll just show you the flow, how that works without translation. And the moment I'll use the SNAT pool, I'll show here new IP address in a different request. Without
Okay.
SNAT, you will see the client IP address on this link. With SNAT, you will see the SNAT pool IP addresses on this link. You will never see the client IP addresses here. Only F5 will
Yeah,
mention
but
the
as per this, SNAT is mandatory, but otherwise the traffic will drop
Yes,
because
definitely.
of the asymmetric.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you
Thank
see,
you. Thanks, Neeraj.
if your servers do not have anything to do with your internet, you can actually configure your default gateway with F5 IP address, right? So the moment we design the network, we get every single requirement, and as per the requirements, right? Sometimes we use some more features, sometimes we remove one of the feature. Okay. So we should know the protocol, how that works, right? And the moment we have the requirement, we can easily decide, okay, these are the 5 protocols I'm going to use in this design. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So you're working like in a designing team, or in which team you're working right now?
Okay. So basically,
So why I'm
I
asking,
was
so
like
I can.
previously in Microsoft Tech. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
So like, and in previous to that I was in Palo Tech and Citrix Tech. So this time I'm in Airtel. Okay. So in Airtel, I'm working with F5 and Radware. Okay. So basically the clients will have some issues and we need to troubleshoot.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. So be
And also onboard the team as well for designing and configuration as well, I'm guessing.
oh, okay. So you go to like the Manesar location or this phase 5 location?
Oh, you're in Airtel too? Or
Actually,
because you good knowledge in.
yeah, we have given the training to them actually on the few, like last time they had the project, actually global project, right? They were training every single employee from every location actually. So actually we got that project last time.
So yeah, so I worked in Manesar as well, which is Airtel Knock Manesar, and right now I'm in Gurgaon,
Yes.
Sector 34, plot 5.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we have given training in both centers actually. Hmm. Okay,
Okay, great.
nice. But it was about routing and switching only. So they were training like every single team with customized content actually that time. It was a 2-year training with them. Okay. Hmm. Cool. Okay, so let's come back here. So, and why I'm asking these roles and things, because I can relate those examples then. Okay. So that's why I'm asking, just
Yes, yes,
what is your
sure.
thing? Yeah.
So F5 can also act as a default gateway. You just said, right? Okay.
Yes, yes, definitely. Because you see, every single, not even F5, every single vendor will have the routing capability. So that routing capability you will see everywhere. Okay. That will route your packet because base is routing. Over top of that, we actually use those load balancing F5 for your firewall concepts and so on. The basic.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So every single device can work like a default gateway for you.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just give me 2 minutes. Huh? I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, this is clear. Any questions here in this concept?
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj, for being so much in detail. Thanks a lot.
No worries.
Really helps.
Okay, now let's go to the next point. I'll use the same diagram and we'll explain a few more things. Okay. So the moment we do the netting, it is not only about the IP address, right? It also works for the port numbers also, correct? It is not like you will deploy one single F5 for every single service. Let's say you are working in an Airtel company and you do have, let's say, 10 different applications, right? Now it is not like you will have 10 different F5 that will do the load balancing for your servers. Definitely not, right? So assume you do have one server, IP address is 10.0.0.1, that's a web server. One more server, that is web server, 10.0.0.2. One more server, that is again a web server, 10.0.0.3. Okay. Now we have another three servers, 10.0.0.4, 10.0.0.5, and 10.0.0.6. These are, let's say, hmm, let's say we are offering any other web services, web 2 server, let's say we can say web 2, web 2, web 2. So the moment developer works on these web servers, internally, they do not expose the global port numbers. Anyone can attack. The first thing, right? Now, what are the default port numbers we use for web service? Any idea?
So 443 for HTTPS, 80 for HTTP, 22 for Telnet.
Okay, so yeah, correct. So for web services, there are two port numbers. One is 443 and one is 80. 443 is basically for the secure and 80 is basically for the normal services, plain text services, right? These are standard actually. Okay. The moment your developer work, right, they actually use a very different port number. They might be using, let's say, for first server, they are using port number 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, right? And here, let's say, same server, same web services they are hosting, but a different version of the web series, web hosting, right? So let's say they are using 8,080, 8,080. So whenever you talk to your developer, assume in your company, if you talk to a developer, right, he will tell you, we are not using the standard port numbers. We use very different port numbers in our local machine. Definitely, 100% case. Because there are chances if you are actually using these standard port number, so attacker will attack, and if that port number is available over there, they can easily get the access, right? So that's why, just for the security purpose also, they use very different port number. Those are not actually exposed to outside world. Okay. Now, your F5, the moment you configure your VS virtual server, you also decide here that 111.1.1, your public IP address is available now on which port number? 443. Because now this time you want to give the HTTPS services, correct? So you will have your PC, your client application, that will have, let's say,
So
communication to
11.1 is virtual server VIP, right?
exactly correct
Oh,
your VIP IP, and then further your port number also. So the moment we configure this virtual IP, the virtual, we call it virtual server here, okay, VS. So the moment you configure virtual server, you need to define IP address and the port number also, okay, that what IP you're using, what port you're using, that you have to decide over there. And then the moment you configure pool also, at the time of pool also, you define your nodes over there. Your nodes are using what kind of port number. So that time, if you will say here 10.0.0.1 with port number 8000, 10.0.0.2 with port number 8000. I'll just note down here these so we can have very clear view. 8000, 10.0.0.4 with 8080, 10.0.0.5 with 8080, 8080, right? Now, The moment this F5 will do the translation, definitely the packet will come here to this device with 11.1.1.1 with port number 40443. It will translate your IP, definitely your IP from 11.1.1.1 to, let's say, one of the, this is matching 10.0.0.3, and then further the port was 443, and now the port would be 8000. So this is how your layer 3 and your layer 4 will be having these translation. Okay. In general, in the NAT, we learn actually these things like the port address translation, right? So here, these are something the port address translation is happening. Okay. Any confusion till this point?
Okay, so 11.1 will become 10.3 because that's the server which we want to reach, and the 443, uh, I think we need will be changed. So that is DNAT translation which is getting changed, right?
Exactly.
For the IP and port.
Yes, correct. Because you are
Okay, but for the backend we are not changing anything. For the source net we are not, just for DNAT.
oh, okay. Um, hmm. The okay for the source net, we don't specifically mention those things, but in the background they work actually. Okay, let's say if I just ask one thing, very basic netting. Let's say we have 10 users are connected via a switch, via router, and then ISP. We have here a IP address, public IP address 1.1.1.1, and here we have configured PAT, port address translation. Okay, so the moment we configure PAT, we do not define the port numbers. Agree? Manually, we never define port numbers. So how
Okay,
users, if let's say 10 users will go outside, every single 10 users will be converted to the same IP address 1.1.1.1. Agree?
okay.
So, okay, this is okay or this is clear? You have any confusion?
So Pat doesn't do uh, port address translation by default. It will just choose it from the pool.
Okay. No, it is okay. It will choose. Okay, we no, do not configure pool. That's a internal mechanism actually of the pad. What we decide here, we only define the IP addresses. Okay, the public IP addresses we decide
Okay,
which IP address that the users will be using to convert the packet, right? So all these 10 users, let's say dot one, dot two, dot three,
okay,
dot four, dot five, all these will be converted to a single IP address 11.1.1.1. But the question here is, if we are not defining
okay,
any port number manually, how my packet will come back, and this will get to know that was a third user, or that was a fifth user, or that was a 10th user. Now I have to convert back because all 10 users are communicating parallelly, right? What happens actually in this condition?
yes, sir.
The moment this pat works, let's say 10.0.0.1 will try to communicate to any of the application, definitely there will be a source port number, right? Let's say 1111 randomly, I'm just picking up. Okay. Then the IP address, it has to convert with 1.1.1.1 assume. Okay. Now, what it will do, it will bind one port number. Your PAT will choose one of the not random, actually it started with 1023. Okay, it will bind these two port numbers and will have this entry available, this information available in your packet. Let's say in your application layer data, they add this as a payload. As a payload, your port number 11111. Now the moment your packet comes back, it will say, or maybe it will use 1023 in the packet. Okay, it will say, oh, okay, IP same, fine. Give me the port number. In the data, it will identify, oh, in the data, in the payload, there is 1023 identification that was actually binded with 10001. So let me convert this back to 10001. Okay. So internally, they start using
Okay.
the
So using source address port only they do the translation.
technically, yes. But the moment you will see the mapping, you will find source and destination port both. Because if this user is communicating to, let's say, one of the HTTPS website, okay, definitely your router will not change the destination port, right? Otherwise, the server, your, let's say your F5 is actually waiting for this packet, right? I will be getting a packet with this IP address and with this port number. If your router will start doing it with your destination port translation, how your F5 will decide then, right? So router always work for your source ports, not on the behalf of your destination, because destination will always remain same. If you are using 443 destination, it has to be 443 even in the outside world, right?
Got it. So both source port and destination port both have to be mapped, and even the IPs. Got it.
Yeah, both will be there, but the translation happens actually with a new port that is actually source, because destination port will always remain same. If here it is 443,
Okay.
here 443, right? Because we can't modify
Got it.
destination port number. Otherwise, your F5 will never decide, or any other application server will never decide or will never respond to your packet. If your router is actually
Got
changing.
it.
Mhm.
Because client will have a source port, unique source port for each transaction. Got it.
Exactly, exactly. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
That's how here your SNAT will work. Okay. So destination
Thank you.
port number
Thanks
is
a lot.
served. Yeah. So RESTnet will be having these things available. Okay.
Okay.
Any confusion? Any doubt?
All clear. Thank you so much for. I know I sound dumb sometime, but thank you so much for explaining so well.
No worries. You're paying a good amount, right? So ask as much as you can. Okay. As much as. So you're here to learn the things, right? So just try to learn every single possible information. Okay. If you need to ask 10 times, ask your question. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you. All clear now.
Perfect. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, and next, let's discuss. So I'm just deciding what we can discuss before even starting the F5 behavior or F5 protocols. We are discussing F5 behavior, but we have not started anything like nodes, pool members, right? So before,
But already I've found it so much advantages because you told how like from VIP to server DNAT happens and from client to backend
yeah,
of LTN SNAT happens. So that's already too good.
yeah,
Like this is the behavior of traffic flow, right? So it's great.
exactly, correct. Yeah, right. Okay, cool. So next, let's move to some basics of profile. Let's discuss. Okay. So as of now, we will just discuss the basics of profile. In future, maybe in mid of the classes, we'll discuss or we'll do the lab. Okay. Now, if let's say I'll ask, you are using a Palo Alto box, but you are not using any app ID, you are not using any URL filtering, you are not using any content ID or stuff. So if I'm not doing that thing, I'm just passing my traffic with permit any options, right? That sounds like a router is doing the task, right? Because the moment we talk about a router, if I don't want to use app ID, I don't want to use URL filtering, right? Just a security rule, even a router can create using ACLs that can filter the traffic by using your port numbers and so on. If I do not use those features, that device will will be like your router only. In the same way, in the F5, so here these are the backbone of the Palo Alto, right? Every vendor will have some backbone. In the F5, profiles are the backbone actually. Okay. So profiles are something, using profile only, F5 will get to know some extra capability. Without profiles, F5 will be just receiving your packet, forwarding your packet to your servers. That's it. Nothing else it is doing actually. And that thing, I can make my router aware about this thing and my router can do that task. Okay. So the moment on the F5, we start using profiles that make my device or that box as F5 available. Got it? So if someone asks, your backbone, or we can say F5 backbone, actually are profiles. Without profiles, F5 is nothing. Okay. Only profiles give the
Okay.
capability do this task. If I talk about, let's say, compression, I have to create profile. If I talk about, let's say, session tracking, session tracking comes under persistence, right? Sorry. And for that, we have the profile. If I talk about um, those SL certificates, we have to create profile. If I talk about, mm, let's say any other thing, right? So to give the extra capability, or I want my F5 to have some extra behavior, profiles are the way to do that. Okay. So without profile,
Okay.
your F5 will be like a router only. That process I can do in router also. I can configure SVIs, those sub interfaces. I can configure the tagging also over there. I can make my router aware, okay, do this load balancing on these three servers. I can do that, right? But these profiles make a device active as a F5 device. Okay. So profiles are things
Okay.
you should really know and in the detail. Okay, that we will discuss definitely. Okay. But yes, backbone is profile. Okay. Any confusion here?
All clear. All clear.
Okay, cool. Okay. And now let us talk about some hardware components also on the F5. Okay. The moment you have the box available, there would be few interface available, management port available, console port available. So let's talk about those use cases. What point of time, what we use. So, okay, just one question. You know the Palo Alto, right? In the Palo Alto, on the MGMT port, what default behavior we have?
Yeah, so in the management port, only SSH and HTTPS is enabled. So in case we need to open further ports, we
Okay.
need to go to the interface section of management and just check box, telnet, or some specific other ports as well.
Okay. So if you remember, perfect. On the Palo Alto, we do have the MGMT port and we do have the console port available. Initially, the idea was something, the console port we used to access the device CLI, but the Palo Alto offer access directly on your management port, on your L3 management port, right? Do we really need console port now after having the L3 management port?
Management, I think we do need the console port,
Reason?
even though the management port is there.
Reason? Like what use case you do have in your mind?
Because uh, in case like the management goes down, then we need to boot up via the physical interface. We need to be in the data center physically to upgrade the OS or remove the corrupt OS and maybe put down the correct OS.
Okay, right. Abha, just 1 minute. I'm just getting one urgent call. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, yeah, you were explaining, I think, the console. Okay, you're saying like if the management goes down. Okay, so what happens actually, the moment we talk about any NOS recovery or NOS upgrade, right? So that time, definitely only the console port will be there that will be available, because MGMT port will be available only in the case if my NOS is working fine. I do have everything operational, then only I can access those IP addresses. Correct?
Okay. Thank you for reconfirming. I had a doubt, but you reconfirmed that MGMT only works when the console is booted correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Correct. Right. Perfect. So the exactly same behavior we have in the F5. Okay. So the moment you talk about the F5, right, the MGMT port will have a default IP address 192.168.1.245. What we have in the Palo Alto? Do you know?
Uh, so I think the management port of every device is different, or
Uh,
is it the same?
okay, by default, once you buy a fresh box, you will have a very common IP address.
Really, I never knew that, and that's why I never noted that.
Oh, okay. So the moment you buy a new hardware, you will have by default 192.168.1.1 IP address available with /24. Okay.
Oh, for Palo. Oh, great.
The Palo Alto. Yes. Yeah.
And
And
it is 1.245 for F5.
yes, exactly. So the when you buy the F5 box initially, you will sorry, you will find 245. Okay. So the default credentials are here, admin. Okay. But there are a few behaviors. Now, if I ask you, let's say in the Palo Alto, you are using the PAN operating system 8.0, assume the version 8.0, and if you are using, let's say 11.0 or even 10.0 have different stuff. So here you can keep your default credentials admin. Oh, I think here admin and default is there. DEFAULT. Okay. Admin is a username, default is a password. So in the Palo Alto, what you get actually, you get admin. Okay. And 8.0 version allow you to basically keep the same username password. That does not ask you to forcefully ask you to change the password. But in 10.0, by default is admin, but the moment you log in first time, forcefully that asks you to change the password at the first login. Otherwise, you can't do anything. Okay. So here also, if I talk about the F5, so earlier from 12.x version, it was kind of thing you can use exactly same username password, but now if I talk about after 12, 15, and 16, 17, right, you have to change your password on the first login. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the moment you learn about the vendors, right, you should know some of the history of the versioning also. What versioning was have a different behavior, like let's say if I talk about the old version, the new version, what behavior they had. Because the moment you start working in the industry and you, let's say you find one of the device with the older version, you should know some basics of the older version also, what changes we had. Okay. Now we have the console port available here also. This would be your DB9 connector. Okay. And few fan ports will be available over there, just like a normal fan for the cooling. Okay. LED panel
This
will,
is in F5, right?
yes, I'm talking about F5, correct, this time I'm right. LED
Oh,
panel will be there. Okay. So this LED panel is something will give you some very basic information of the F5. Okay, very basics. Few control will be there. Control of those LED panels like right button, left button, up arrow key, down arrow key, and one button over there to select. But for very basic changes, for very basic settings. Okay. And there would be a USB port. Now this USB port I can actually use for other tasks like for the NOS upgrade or any other activity I can do, or any patch upgrade I can use, right? there would be some failover port. So this failover port, what do you think about the failover port? What exactly that is?
So basically, there is active going on or
Okay.
active passive. So
Okay.
once the active goes to passive, the GARP is switch tells via the GARP that who is the real active because floating IP is
Hmm.
happening
Perfect.
similar to VRRP, sorry, and
Correct. Right.
yeah.
So that's a failover port. We do have the Ethernet ports available also here. Now, Ethernet ports, your fiber ports, your SFE ports, right? That depends on your version, actually, the hardware version. Few things are common everywhere. You will see those ports, but about Ethernet port, you will get 8 Ethernet port in the lower series. If you go to the higher series, 4000 series, right, you will have the 5 ports available over there and so on. So the moment you talk about the hardware series, also 2000, 3000, 4000 series, right? So what actually they enhance, if I talk about the NOS, that would remain same because NOS versioning is different. You will have 12 version, 13 version, 15 version, 17 version, right? So the NOS versioning is different. They come with the new features. But if I talk about the hardware versioning, they come with the hardware capability, right? The processing, how many CPU that has, what is the processing of the device, right? Those things we talk about. The moment we talk about the hardware series. Okay. And okay. Now, let's say we are using this F5 box. Okay. MGMT port is basically your called as ETH0 port. Okay. So, okay, in the Palo Alto, what do you call it? ETH0 or other interface?
So basically, ETH0, we had ETH0 as untrusted interface and ETH1 as trusted interface. So we didn't. I don't remember what we called
Okay.
it because management port was a different port altogether, which we did not put it in data plane ports.
Always exactly correct. Yes. So that is very separated, right? And it's a part of the control plane only. So every vendor actually, the first MGMT port is actually the ETH0. Once you go to CLI, you will try to configure actually ETH0 is the MGMT port. Okay. If you run your Linux commands, IP space A in your device, right, you will find ETH0 is a port that is actually containing that MGMT IP address. Okay. Apart
Okay.
from that, the moment you will see other Ethernet ports available for your data ports available, they actually start with 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and so on. This is a slot number and it's a port number. Got it? So once,
Oh, okay, got it.
so here they start with 1.1. Like in the Palo Alto, we see it like Ethernet 1 by 1, Ethernet 1 by 2, Ethernet 1 by 3. Here they are actually using this nomenclature 1.1 port, the first port available, second port available, third port available. This is how you will see the ports. So the moment we configure VLANs and the IP address over there, you will find this numbering. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Any confusion in the numbering of the interfaces? Because this is how you will see everything in that.
Okay. So the lower versions have 8 Ethernet ports, and the higher will have up to 15 or 16, right? For
Okay.
F5.
Okay. So, okay, it is not very kind of straightforward line. It was just idea. Like the moment you talk about the lower series, they start with the Ethernet ports. The gradually we move to higher series, they start removing Ethernet ports and they start adding the fiber ports. That was the idea to explain this part. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Cool. And few more things will be there on your hardware. Those are, sorry, those are LEDs. So on your screen of the BIG-IP F5, there are 4 LEDs. And let me quickly show you. I think then you get the clear idea. F5 settings. Okay, images are not clear, but if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, yeah, you see status, alarm, power 1, power 2, right? So, and this LED, you can see a very basic LED where you see the very small alarms. Okay. And if I go, right, these are your SFP ports, fiber port. So you see now this version, this is a 1600 series, right? This has Ethernet with SFP also, but it has only 4 ports. If you go to the higher series, you will have more Ethernet ports, might be same 2 ports of fiber ports, but maybe higher number of ports. So that depends on your series, what series you are using. But gradually, the moment you move to a higher series, you will have good number of interfaces. Okay. This is your MGMT port, your USB ports, your console port, your failover port. This is how we are using. Got it?
Okay. So it's a higher series, that's why it has fiber ports, two
No,
ports
it is
at
not
least.
higher series. It
Yeah.
is only 600 series. But if you see, let's say sometimes you have the requirement of very few ports, but you need the WAN ports also. And we try to have some big ports. So we choose series actually that time. So the moment you start working on the designing part, you
Okay.
have the data sheet over there that this series of the device will have these ports available. This series will have these ports available. That's how we decide. Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So what are about what LEDs we see here, the first LEDs we have seen was basically your alarm. Okay, 1 minute. So I was about to talk about status. So what we see here, yeah, and this is your PSU, power supply unit.
Yeah.
Okay, now they will have some color coding also available over there. Okay, so what about color coding? Let's say in the status, if you see of or no light that is halted or powered down. Okay, if you see
Okay.
green solid, you will see it's like it is working fine, everything is good. If you see yellow light, it is that is not active or that is not paired with another. Okay, if you see yellow blinking, it means there are some hardware problems. Got it? Sorry.
Okay.
So, like the moment we work with the site team, that time actually we get these confirmation. Let's say we have some issues, right? So we directly talk to the site team and we talk about, okay, tell me what color you are getting over there. What is the status of the LED, right? Then they will tell you, oh, green solid, yellow light only you're getting over there, or yellow light is blinking, right? This is how they tell you. Okay. Any confusion in
Okay.
this whole status?
No, no, it's all good.
Okay. Hmm. If I talk about alarm, this was for the status. For the alarm, if you see off or there is no light, it means no alarm present on the box. Okay. If you see the red solid, it means that's a emergency alarm or system is not operating. If you see yellow solid, basically only yellow light over there, okay. In this case, your system is working. Okay, how to explain this one in a different way, let's say. Your system is not working fine, but not in critical condition. It means there are something that we need to look, but there is no failure actually on the box. Okay.
In informational, like it can still work.
Yeah, exactly. Correct, correct. But still, when we see the not informational, we can say, like in the Cisco, we learn those 1 to 7 level light. So there are something after informational, we can
Okay,
say.
but it's okay. I got it. It's not working, but it's not critical. Got it.
Yeah, that is not critical. It means someone please look into the issue. There could be some issues that can trigger something in future, but right now it is working fine. Okay. Yeah. Next.
Okay, so it but some issue. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So for power 1 and 2, if you see off or there is no light, it means the power is down. As simple as that, right? If you see green solid, it means power is present and your PSU is working fine. Okay. If you see yellow solid, it means power is present, but not working. So there are chances the PSU that is not seated properly, right? So that can be the issue. Okay. So that time, and this
Got
is
it.
how we actually use these color codings to decide what is happening on the box. So side engineer confirm these things to get more confirmation.
Okay.
Yeah. Just check any questions if you have in your mind, anything you want to ask.
It's all sorted. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Okay. So the moment we talk about these, okay, I'll just compare with the Palo Alto. In the Palo Alto, okay, no, with Palo Alto even. Okay, let me start with other things. Basically, deployment process. Okay. So there are few ways that we can actually we can deploy the F5, right? So if I talk about, I want to buy one physical hardware, I can buy from F5. Let's say I really don't want to buy a physical hardware. Okay. I do have one of my server available, in-house server available, right? So what I want to do now, I want to install F5, but I really don't want to purchase the hardware from the F5. So that time, what you can do actually, you can use the VM series also. Okay. In the Palo Alto also, we have the VM series, right?
Yeah. Okay. So VM is like which we not having actual hardware, but just a software version of it.
Exactly correct. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing I forget actually. Um, Here I was talking about the management port IP address 1.245. Actually, this is for the BIG-IP F5 individual unit. If you go for the
Oh,
Virpon series, in the Virpon series, you will have 192.168.1.246. Okay. So this
okay,
245
got it.
actually comes with F5. Okay. What F is? F is basically your what do we call it? 15. So 1111, and 5 is basically your 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 2, 4, right? So 1, 4, then 16, 32, 64, 128. If you combine these numbers, you get actually 245. Okay.
Okay,
I'll show you. I'll combine this one. Okay. So 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 5, 245. Okay. So this F5 actually, so what I did actually, this I was treating as a hexadecimal. Okay. So this hexadecimal, if you convert into binary and to a number, then to a decimal, by hexadecimal to binary, then binary to decimal, you get actually 245. So this 245 comes actually from the F5 directly. Okay.
okay,
So it is not a random one. So if someone asks how we have 245, if someone is asking, he knows about that part, right? So this is just because of F5 binary conversion and the decimal conversion, we have 245. Okay. And
got
246
it.
is
Yeah.
just a logic. Just after 245, we have 246. So just use for Virpon. So this was the idea behind these IP addressing. Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So these are the few things like you can have as a plus point in your knowledge. Maybe someone asks few things, right? And you have to ask few questions, counter back. You can ask these things, right? These are very rare things that we
Thank
find.
you so much.
Yeah, no worry. Okay, let's come back here. So we have two types of deployment. One we can have is physical hardware we can buy. One VM series. Physical hardware is very simple. I can buy and I can just use. The moment we talk about the VM series, what we do, sorry, we have few flavors. There are chances your company is using VMware product. There are chances your company is using your, what we call it, micro. Hey, so just give me data. Sorry. Okay, all right. So your company might be using the VM series, VMware series, right? Or might be using, let's say, the Microsoft Hyper-V, or might be one of the KVM hypervisor. Okay, so right now we have these three VM options available. Okay, either your company would be using VMware product like VMware ESXi. Have you ever used the VMware ESXi?
So I am actually even though I work in so many tags, I was not knowing the conventional name of these three things. We just called it VM. We never knew inside like just like the exact things, you know.
Okay. Okay, no worries. So today we'll see these things also because the moment we deploy, there are chances the customer would be using any of these. And the most common is something VMware actually. Okay. So most of the customers use it.
Okay.
Yeah. So you should know how to configure virtual switches, how to connect the servers with your VMware, with your F5, everything you should know. Okay. Now, so these are three flavors that we have. Okay. Your company might be using VMware product, might be Hyper-V, might be KVM hypervisor. So this is something we have applications available. For Microsoft, I would be using, let's say, any Microsoft product, right? Let's say Windows operating system, Windows 10, that will have over top of Hyper-V enabled, and we can use that. KVM hypervisor is a Linux based. Okay. It means, first of all, you will have a Linux available. Over top of that, you enable the KVM hypervisor. Kernel
Okay.
virtual machine. Okay. So these three are the flavors. Now, if your customer will directly say that we are using Microsoft Hyper-V, or we are using KVM hypervisor, or we are using VMware. So as a support engineer, we go to the support portal, we download the file or the NOS, F5 NOS. But that time, if we are not aware about these products, we can't really download the right one. So if your customer is using or you're about to deploy the ESXi or a workstation, I'll tell you the difference between these two things. So you download OVA or OVA file. Okay. If your customer is using Microsoft Hyper-V, you will be downloading the VHD file. If that is a KVM hypervisor, you would be using QCOW2 file. It is like, let's say, if I ask you, I'm trying to click one picture. Okay. So the moment I'm trying to click a picture, that format would be JPEG format, right? If I
Yes.
the video format would be MP4 or any other format, right? So these are the format we have actually. Okay. So F5
Okay. So the last one, KVM will have what format?
QCOW2, Q cow version 2, QCOW version 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And naming, I don't know even the Q cow. There are some name we have actually, some big definition here.
No, no worries, no worries. It's just the file name which we have to put, and OVA file is something we can put in virtual VMware as well.
Exactly. So yeah, these are fixed actually. If you are using VMware product, you have to download the OV extension file. If you are using Microsoft Hyper-V, you have to download a file that has extension of VHD, or if that is KVM, you have to download extension of QCOW2 extension. That's it. Inside,
Got it. Thank you so much.
these are only extension that we have available for these VM series. Okay. And we will see how we can download everything from the support portal also. So we will create a dummy account or a demo account on the
Okay.
site, and I'll show you how even you can download, you can test it. Because what happens actually, before we go to the customer, we deploy everything in the virtual lab, right? So I'll show you how you can create your own virtual lab, how you can download the license also, how you can provision your modules also, LTM, GTM, and ASM, everything I'll show you. Okay. All these are the part of that training. Now,
Okay.
next. So now here we should know what is the difference between ESXi and workstation, because sometimes we get some dumb customers and they say, oh, okay, I'm using a VMware workstation, I want to use it. So there are a few difference. What difference are there? Workstation is application that's the application that we run over top of the Windows. It means you will have your laptop, it will be running, let's say, with Windows 10. And then over top of that, you will run your workstation. VMware workstation. Okay. And then over that VMware workstation, you can deploy your OVA file. Perfect. Other hand, you have your server available. Over top of that, you directly install your ESXi. So ESXi is a NOS. Okay. Not application. That's a complete NOS we have available. And then over top of that, you install OVA. Now, the behavior. This OVA F5 is working. This OVA F5 is working fine. But you see, right now, the hardware control who is having, your Windows is having, it means again, your Windows will have the higher priority task available and your CPU will process them first, right? And then the VMware will have the priority because that is just another application running over top of the Windows. But ESXi is a complete NOS. It means over top of the white box. We call it white box. The moment you have one hardware without having any NOS available, that is called as white box. Okay. Or you can also call it bare metal device. Bare metal. So we use these two terms. Okay. So whenever you, like, let's say someone is asking about the white box or the bare metal, it means a box, a hardware without having any operating system inside. Okay. Now, so in this case, we install ESXi, the VMware product, directly on the box and then OVA over top of that. It means now if I use multiple OVAs, every OVA or every F5 or let's say Palo Alto, every single will have the equal priority here. We directly assign here the CPU to machines. Got it? So they have the direct access to your CPU, not via any other Windows machine. Is that clear?
So every OVA file has the equal priority.
Not priority will be equal, but the moment we will decide, let's say there are 50 CPU available on this white box. Okay. You are trying to configure F5 and you have given 10 CPU. You are trying to configure your Palo Alto and you have given 20 CPU. So that time your Palo Alto will have the higher preference, right? That will perform faster than other components, right? Got it?
Okay, but yeah, OVA files will have the direct CPU
Yeah,
preference.
exactly.
Like in Windows, Windows was getting the preference and not the OVA in
Exactly.
the workstation. Got it.
Right. So just for the training purpose, right? Or users, what they do actually, candidates, they actually use directly Windows because definitely they don't have the white box, they don't have the bare metal over top of that ESXi. No, they can't do that actually, right? So just for the learning purpose, VMware product, they have the workstation for the students, right? And ESXi for the companies. Okay.
Okay.
Companies have to go for the workstation.
Okay. So, like user like me will go for workstation because we have no other option, and the companies go for ESXi.
Exactly, always. Yes.
Okay, got it.
So the practicals will do on the ESXi actually. So we have this bare metal and we have the ESXi available over top of that. So I'll show you how to do it. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. And Hyper-V is very simple. There is an application only in the Microsoft Windows. Enable, import the VHD and keep it running. KVM hypervisor is something you need to install one. We call it VIRSH. That's application available on the Linux. So we do it like sudo, not sudo, yeah, sudo apt install and this specific package. Once you install this package, you will be able to run your qcow2 file. Okay. So I can't really show you like the complete process of the KVM hypervisor, not the Hyper-V. Majority companies, 95% we can say, is actually the VMware family. Then the
Okay.
five are basically these two products family. Okay.
Got it. Thank you so much.
That's why we will focus on the VMware only. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So let's take a break of 15 minutes and then we'll move to the next topics. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Neeraj.
Thanks. Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, shall we start?
We can start. We can
Okay.
start definitely.
So, give me a minute.
Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can start for sure.
Okay. Yes, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we will basically use f5.com and we'll be downloading one license. Okay. So one single license will be available for 30 days. It means once you download a license, right, you can have your device active for another 30 days and you can utilize all the features, whatever is there. Okay. So this is how even you can, if you want to do practice, right, or you want to do some testing, right, you can do actually. Okay. So we will see how we can do all those things. And yeah, we will be using this diagram. Okay. So let's go. Okay. So we will be having 3 nodes available. So I'll be using some Windows machine here as a node. Okay. So we don't have any real web server or something, right? So we will do one thing. The Windows machine I'll be using Windows 1, Windows 2. These would be like Windows XP or something. Okay. Here we will have the web service enabled. So we will enable the web services here on these servers to test our scenarios. Okay. In between, we will have a virtual switch available. I'll like guide you how to use a virtual switch on the VMware. So two devices we will be using as a F5 device, right? One will act as a active, one will act as a standby. Okay. For 1.1 interface, I'll be using inside interfaces for with the part of VLAN 10 or any other VLAN. This is just a diagram. Okay. And floating IP, we can use this one. We will be using 1.2 for external, like VLAN 20 for external. Okay. And again, these two interfaces would be connected via a switch. Again, that would be a virtual switch. And one more interface I would be using here, that is 1.3 for the redundancy. And I'll be using VLAN 40 for this task. Okay. And again, I'll connect these two via virtual switch definitely. I'll show you how to do these things. Okay. And my laptop will act as a client laptop. Or we might need to add one PC here to treat as a client. Okay. After that, and then yeah. But initially, we'll be having a single device. Once we move to the HA part, we will add another box. So till that point, I'll be having this diagram only. Okay. Any questions from this diagram? If you have, let me know.
Okay. So the LAN is in because the LAN is having the servers, that's in VLAN 10.
Yes.
The HA for redundancy will have in VLAN 40 because active and passive are connected in 40. And the switch, which is the layer 3 switch, which is connected to ISP towards the up, it's in different VLAN.
Yes. VLAN 20. Right.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That
Good.
was it.
Yeah. The moment we configure these interfaces, we have to define a VLAN, either it is tagged or untagged. We have to define. Okay. Got it?
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'll you those.
Because I'll tell you something.
Uh-huh.
I recently worked in Radware, which is also a load balancer WAF, and there they don't define VLAN. So, I mean,
Oh,
that
okay.
was everything is in VLAN 1.
Okay. Okay. But here
But
we
that,
have different VLANs.
yeah, thank you so much.
Routing table would be same, but we define the VLANs as a untagged VLAN. So if you take the concept, that would be similar, because as a untagged VLAN, that is nothing. You see, when we are saying we have a VLAN, but that is untagged, that doesn't mean we have a VLAN indirectly, right?
Okay. It's
Understand?
just that once it's going via the devices, it has some VLAN for just identification.
Yes, that's it. Correct. Right.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Because internally F5 needs some calculation, or we can say they have a different kind of programming, different kind of coding they have, that they need like untagged VLAN also, but the interface has to be tagged with some VLAN. Okay. That's a mandate part here. Now, so the moment we took, why this is too small. Okay. Now, the moment we talk about the license, there are two different ways to activate your license. Okay. In first case, you will have your F5 connected to internet, where it will do everything automatically. Like once you put the key, registration key, it will direct communicate to F5 licensing server, will share the key, will get the authentication key, and then will license the box. The other way, where F5 does not have access to internet, then what we do actually, we do few manual steps. We upload the key to F5, one authentication, one licensing key we upload, right? And then we upload one key, we download one file, we upload that file to F5 licensing server. Then finally, we get one license file. And then we upload it to F5. So the moment we don't have the internet access to the F5, there are a few steps that we need to follow. If the internet is connected on the MGMT port, right? That is a very simple mechanism. Just one or two click away and your F5 will be licensed. Okay. These process will discuss, but yes, we need the license file. Either it can be via internet or via any other method. Okay. And any questions you do have around licensing part?
So, if internet is there, via management port, license is easily downloaded.
Uh,
But if not, then how will we get the key and file to upload it to F5?
okay. So what happens actually, if I just give you very basic behavior, let's say I do have one key available. Okay. The F5 will give us initially one registration key, we can say. Okay. I will get one registration key over the email. I'll go to my F5 box on the licensing page. I will put that key over there. Once I'll put the key, I'll do the next. It will give me one dossier file. It will share one dossier file. So what you can do now, you can download that file in your local laptop. Let's say now in your local laptop, you do have the dossier file available. That's a combination of your, we can say, CPU, your process, your key, registration key also, and date and timing also. Okay. Now I do have that dossier file available in my laptop, my local laptop. Now my local laptop will have the connection to the internet definitely. Then using my local laptop, I will access F5 licensing server. Okay. I'll upload that dossier file in the licensing server and I'll proceed for the next. Then it will give me one licensing file generated against your dossier file. That licensing file I will download, and now that licensing file I'll upload to F5 licensing page, and then it will be licensed. Okay.
Thank you so much. Got it.
This is how we do it actually. Okay. So let's do one thing now. Let's connect to F5 and download one, get the license key and download the NOS. So this thing will do. And now you will see if you want to download the QCOW, OV and multiple stuff, how you can do that. Okay. Okay. So here we have the free trial, right? So once you come here to f5.com, go to the free trial. Now there are a few things. F5 distributed cloud service, no, as of now we're not looking for that. This is BIG-IP virtual edition, BIG-IP VE. Okay. So right now we are looking for BIG-IP VE, BIG-IP virtual edition. So you see, get your 30 days free trial started. So once you download, you will get actually your 30 days trial license. Okay. Let me log in. Login register basically. So if you don't have your account available, you can register. So by adding some details, you can sign up, but I'll log in. Let me type this. Okay. So as of now, we do have 0 subscriptions, 0 trial, 0 open case to my account. Okay. So what I want right now, I want a trial. I don't want any subscription or anything. I want to get a trial. Click here on the trial. So this is asking you want the BIG-IP next, that's a different product, or you want the BIG-IP virtual edition. So I want a BIG-IP virtual edition. So start another trial. So another trial, why I'm getting here, because we have generated a few more keys for the other batches. Okay. Start another trial. Yes. No, I'm not downloading the behalf of competitive. Save.
So the next has some additional capabilities, like some maybe
Which one?
big IPVE and next. I mean, the next has some better things. Like okay, it has central manager. Like in Palo, we have Panorama, right?
Yeah. So this is very different product from the LTM directly, if I talk about. So if
Okay, got it, got it.
multiple products, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, sorry, but
Few minutes and it will basically generate few keys for us.
so anybody can get a free license for 30 days.
Anyone? Yes. So initially it was actually for 3 months. If I remember, like before 3 years, it was available, but it was for 3 months actually. If you register, you get 3 month license key. But after,
Oh,
like they, yeah, I think, yeah, we have the keys. And after that, like they reverted back to 1 month only. Okay, these are our
even like Azure has free 30 days only. So I
thing. Yeah, cool. But yeah, this F5 was available last time, like 2 or 3 years back, I think, for 3 months initially. But then they converted this. Okay, so let's click here. So these are my old one. Let me click here, the active one. So here are the keys. So there are few keys available. IQ, centralized management, IQ virtual edition, IQ virtual edition. So these are two keys available actually. So the moment you get the registration key, you get the keys for two boxes actually. Okay. So it means we will be able to do in a single trial, we will be able to use active and standby both. Okay.
okay, got it.
Earlier it was three actually, but now I
Hmm.
do only. Like per device, we have two.
I think there are four keys
These are
for
the
V.
big IQ, not big IP. We are learning big IP.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my eyesight is not good. Sorry.
You know. Okay, so let me copy these key and either like you will have these keys available here, but let me just save it for our. Okay. So these are the keys we have, but now we need to download the latest version of the F5 also. Okay. So here, getting started, select and download the latest version. Just click here.
So both these things you can get from f5.com only.
Everything, yeah, everything you can get from F5. You need to just have some your resources where you will run it. That's it. Rest everything they will give you. Okay, so big IP F5, yes. So as of now, we have this product only, big IP. Okay. So if you see, they have different products available, right? Now, what I want here. So in future, we will come back here. We might need the IA template and rest we don't need actually. So yeah, right now we have the latest version is 17. Okay. So click here. It will show you the available options here. These are the available options. So I'll go for 17000. So if you go to the latest one, it definitely there are few vulnerabilities, right? So what I suggest actually, if you're doing practice, so just go for the initial release of the version. That will have everything, bug fixes and all, or maybe one or two you can go with. Okay, because this latest definitely will have some issues. Okay, or maybe you will be struggling some issues and end up on the removing the features then. Okay. So just choose one or two lower one. Okay. Now, here, what I need now, I need virtual edition here. Okay. Here also we have virtual edition 17121. This is 17112. Let's go for this is December 3, December 18, January 25. Let's go for this virtual edition. Okay. So as of now, I need the virtual edition. Two also we have. Let's go for this virtual edition. Now, here are the files we have. Now, these are PEM files, certificates basically. Okay. Now you see OVA file here we have. You'll see QCOW file here we have. You see VHD file here we have, right?
Oh, great. Thank you.
So this is how once you come here, you will see your files available. And then as per your, you see now, image file set for Microsoft Hyper-V, KVM Red Hat Enterprise, KVM Hypervisor, and OV would be VMware ESXi. Okay, cool. So let's see what we need to download. File size is same, 2 GB, 2 GB. So let's download this one. Once you click, it will show you some servers, some locations from where you can download. Choose one of them, the one you feel would be good. US is,
So you chose OVA or what?
yeah, OV file. Yes.
Okay,
It will
great,
show,
great.
yeah, OV file we are downloading.
Okay.
So for QCOW, we do have the server available, but most of the companies use this one, OV, always,
Yeah,
95.
okay.
So that's why
Awesome,
I
nice.
try to focus on this only.
Yeah, even for me it's better because then I'll be able to in future if I want VMware, I
Yeah.
can do it.
And then just down. So it will take few minutes.
Location, any random we can choose. There's not
Uh,
mandatory.
Depends. So right now, if I get this fast, it's 2 hour I can see, right? So I will not download from this location. Let's say go for Japan. Yeah, let's remove this one. Australia, Brazil, Singapore. It is very slow. I okay. And you will also get the email also. So I'll just quickly show you one email, how you get your email for these keys actually, right? So
So Neeraj, I am actually a very slow person, so I know that's why it took maybe this much amount of time to explain me whatever you have. To another person, maybe it would have been a faster as well for you, right?
you
Uh,
know, this is in general time. Yeah. So whenever we learn first time, so this is general time. That is okay actually. And you know
okay.
few things, so it is much better actually.
Okay.
Because you do have some background of other firewalls also, right? So you can actually relate and you can even compare quickly. Okay. So that is really okay. So this is how you get the email and you see quantity 2 for big IP, big IP IQ. This is for
Okay.
other one and this is for the one we are using actually right now.
Okay.
This is how you get the quantity also. And ask n numbers of question, that is okay. Okay. Hmm. But why this is taking time? Just one. The backend server is slow. Let me try big IP ITM. Okay, they have very slow speed, but no worries. We do have some, I think version 16 I'm already running. So let me just turn on my server. Give me a minute.
Take your time. And there's no hurry. Sure, take your time. So are we
Yeah, any question?
so are you uploading a file or
Um, so right now the file we are downloading that is taking time. So I was just checking what old version we are having right now. So we are having the 16 version. Okay. We are
okay, got it, got it.
17, but we already have the 16, so we can use it. Okay.
Okay, great. Great.
I'm just checking my all two nodes, what version they have. So one is having 16. So let me just check the other one also. If that has the same version, so we can start practical.
Okay, got it.
16.131. 131. 4, 3. Okay. So the commands I was running, I was just checking few things, but like we will do one by one, everything. Okay.
Got it, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go start this one. So initially, yes, we need a single device. So we'll start from this one. Further, we can import the other box. Okay. Okay. So if you see, I'm putting here the default password, DEFAULT, but it is asking to enforcing me. Please reset the new password. Okay. So default and new password is I'm setting up. Done. Now, to first of all, to basically set the IP address by default, if you have the physical box, you will have 192.168.1.245 IP address. But here, you can run config. State is running straight. Okay, let's wait for a few minutes. Right now, I can see the status is inoperative. So, do you have some idea about the Dockers and containers? Any idea?
Sad, sadly, no, sorry.
No worries. So, what happens actually, whenever they run these shell like Palo Alto, F5 or whatever vendors we have, they actually use the Dockers over top of the Linux. So eventually this is Linux, and over top of that to run the F5 traffic management shell, what they are doing actually, they are using the Dockers. Dockers are the mini services and containers actually, okay, that we can run as a service over top of Linux. That's it. Very simple. Okay. So the moment we start this Linux, what happens? Those Dockers take some time to start up. Once they start up, I can see inoperative initially it was, but now I can see operative, but with license expired. Fine. It means now F5 is operational. The Dockers are operational right now. Okay. So if someone asks like how they run these services, so these services are basically Docker-based services. Okay. So maybe in day or two, if you want to learn few things, you can just learn about Docker basics. Okay.
Okay, got it.
I would suggest to just learn few Docker basics things. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I'll type config now. It will take me to a configuration mode, configuration utility, enter. So I want the IP for IP address. So right now the current IP address is this one. So you want the automatic or you want the manual? If I choose no, it will ask me to set the manual IP addresses. If I choose yes, it will get the automatic IP address from DHCP. I choose yes. Okay. So now I can access this box using this IP address. Okay. So right now, if I run any command, that would be a Linux command, IP space A. And if I run here, you see MGMT interface, MGMT. This has 192.168.0.120, right? That's a Linux-based command right now, but got it?
Okay.
Yeah. Now, how to verify like using traffic management shell? Because these are Linux commands, right? Go to message. Okay. How to explain this one? This CLI is very simple. If you know the like okay, once I'll start the UI, you can easily relate these CLI. UI and CLI both are very similar. In the UI, we have like some directory system. and F5 LTM and so on. Same way we do it here. So let's say I want to see I want to verify the self IP, my own IP. What we run command, show, that is under system. So we run /sys, okay? /sys space self IP. List /sys self IP. Why this is not running? Oh, management IP. Sorry. Management IP. Enter. So this is how using tmsh we can get the management IP. Okay. So
Command was not show, it was list,
yes,
right?
yes, it is list. Few commands you'll be running with show also, but in future I'll explain. But in general, traffic management shell supports the list command. Okay. If you see that time, it was an error with the self IP argument, but not with the show argument. So show is also there, but in general, to verify these parameters through settings, right, we use the list command. It will list all of your settings. Okay. So when we say
Okay.
it is like, let me explain in a different way. I'll try to show you something. We have MAC address. Yeah. So you see this output and this output. What difference you see here? What pattern difference here is?
Uh,
No worries. If you don't understand, no worries. Okay. So if you see the show command is something, the only output they are showing, but the list command will give you what commands you have configured. So actually, if you want to configure management IP manually, what you can do actually, under sys, under management IP, actually you will give these inputs: sys management IP 192.1/24, then your curly braces, then you will give the description and so on. So that's your YAML file. Okay. YAML input actually. How the device is having the configuration imported. What happens actually? Do you know the YAML input? How the YAML input looks like?
Sorry, no
No worries.
idea.
No worries. This is very like developer things. Okay. So, but as a network engineer, if you understand these things, it is like very plus point. Okay. So I would suggest with Roker, just learn basic things about YAML also. Okay. Now, what happens
Okay.
actually, most of the devices save the configuration in the YAML format. Okay. YAML
Is
format.
it like JSON?
Yes, yes. Perfect.
JSON, I know. So that's fine.
Same. So you see this format, list/sys management IP, this format, JSON format, right?
Okay.
Right. So the moment we run the list command, it will show me the JSON format of the commands. It means I can directly get the idea, okay, these things are configured, these things are not configured. Let me configure a few more things. In the show command, we get the output of the content, something content. Got it?
Got it. Got it.
And that's a customized output. So maybe if someone asks what is the difference between show and list, you can explain in this way. Okay. Cool. Now,
Yes, got it.
perfect. So we have the IP address 120. Now let us access the GUI. Okay. So https://192.168.1.1.0.120. So always you get the, okay. Now the question here is, we are accessing this box directly. Why we are getting HTTPS marked with this icon? Not secure. Any idea?
Because we have not put the root certificate in the trusted root certificate authority.
Exactly. These are self-signed certificates. Perfect. So whatever certificates right now we are using, these are only self-signed. It means if I will have a box available, F5 box available, and I'll download this certificate and I'll install in my laptop, and then I'll capture your packets. I'll be able to verify every single thing. Okay. That's why these are local self-signed. Basically, anyone can have the self-signed certificates and can check your data. Got it? So right now, this is
Yeah.
not secure actually. It is HTTPS. It is on the port number 443. It has the certificates, but everything will be encrypted. But these are not certified by the CSR. Okay. Proceed. Use your admin. So when we go to CLI, we get root as a CLI username and default as a password. When we come here, we have admin. Okay. In general, they use admin, but now we have to actually put the CLI password. So if you use the version before the version 12, it was admin here, admin or admin default it was. Let me try default here. It is not taking. So what it takes actually, the password I have modified using CLI, the latest password. Okay. Got it? So once you will log into your CLI,
Yes, yes.
it will ask you to change the password and that password you have to use here. Okay.
New password. Okay, got
The
it.
new password, yes. Now it is saying your password has an expired. So it is saying just in different way that that's your CLI password. Please have a new password for your GUI also. Okay. So I'm just putting here CLI password and now I'll put my new password. I can keep same also. That is fine. So just for our purpose, I'm using same password. Okay. Cool. Admin and my password, login. So the license for this device is expired. So in general, we get this error, right? No worries. And I can see here the host name is BIG-IP1 because we have done a reset to this box, a factory reset we have done. IP address is this one. This is the date. This is the time, the PDT, time zone, username. The user role is administrator. We will do everything. Whatever we are learning here, how to configure it again, everything we'll do. Some partitions are there. Right now, there is a single partition. That's why this is unclickable. Once we have multiple partition, this will be clickable. Okay. Logout button here we have. These are setup utilities. So initially, you see if you don't have the license available, you will see only the setup utility. The moment your device will have the license available, as per your modules, it will show you new modules here. Okay. Cool. So right now, the very first thing is actually we have to do a licensing. We don't have any other options available right now. Okay. Click here. Next. So, okay, this was the old license. Fine. That is expired. That is fine. Reactivate. I'll edit my key. Let me use this key. There are a few add-on registration key. It means if you do have few more extra features, let's say you talk to support team and they give you some additional feature license key, you can add your add-on key here also. Okay. Now, you see activation methods, automatic, require outbound connectivity. It means your MGMT port should have the internet access. Otherwise, if they don't have, go to the manual. But if I choose here automatic, it would be very easy. Next, it will be licensed. I will go for the manual process. Okay. Is it fine? I'm sure this is clear, right? If I choose,
So automatic will have ISP manual. Why would you want manual?
oh, okay, just to show you, right?
Okay, sure, sure.
Once you deploy in a customer design, there are chances they will not have the internet connectivity directly to MGMT port, right?
Got it, got it,
Would
got
be
it.
replacement.
See, let's, yeah. Okay, got it. Manual.
If you do have other interface also with the active internet available, you can choose that. So that is up to us. If we have the feasibility of the internet, we can just go for the automatic and it will be done automatically. Okay. But let's
Okay,
learn how
let's
to,
see with manual. Okay.
yeah. Next. Now what it will do, it will generate a dossier file. It means this task, it will do automatic in the background, but we are doing manually. Okay. This was our registration key. Now, list as of now, we don't have any additional list. Fine. If you see dossier file, this is your dossier file. Okay.
Okay.
It's the combination of multiple stuff, combination of a registration key, combination of a CPU. It basically collect few information, few unique information that can only be available for your device only. Got it? If you have another box, it will generate another dossier file there. Okay. And the license key we will get actually, we will be able to only upload to the same machine from where we got this dossier file. That's why we have this dossier file, just to have the unique license file for every system. Got it?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now there are two things again in the manual steps: copy and paste mechanism or download upload file. It means what this is saying now. Why we have these two mechanisms? If your own laptop, where you have the access to this F5, let's say my laptop, actually my laptop is having access to the internet, right? So I can just directly use copy and paste mechanism. Fine. Let's use copy and paste. I'll copy this data. I'll go to the server. I will paste that key over there. I will get new key. I'll paste it here. If I'm using a computer or a laptop where I'm using F5, but even my laptop does not have the internet access. Let's say we are in the DC and one of the guy is doing that task, but that really don't have the internet access in the laptop itself. That time, he has to choose the upload and download mechanism. He will download a file, you will get that file available, right? And then you will share the file using USB or other mechanism to a different laptop where we have the internet access and you will process the complete stuff. Got it?
Got it.
Okay. So I will do both things. Parallelly, I can show you both. Either I can copy, Control C, either I can choose download, upload. Click here to download dossier file. Okay. So anything I can choose. I have my file available here, this dossier file, or I took my copy and paste. Fine. Second step is licensing server. Just click here. It will directly take you to the licensing server. So either I need to paste that file or I need to upload the file. Make sense?
Yeah.
I can use any option. I choose next. Now, agreement is this one. Fine. Say yes. Say next. Now this is the file. Either I can do Control A, Control C. I can go back, Control V I can do. Or if I am choosing download upload mechanism, I can just go here. I can download this license file. It will download. I can choose the file and that's a license file here. Open it. Make sense? Either I'll go for copy and paste, either I'll go for download upload file. Okay.
Got it.
Now, there are a few things. Let's say whenever you fill a form online, and if there are a few mandate fields available, how you do identify or how do you get the idea? Okay, this is the mandate field. We get those
Mandatory field.
mandatory field, those icons we get over there, right? Some red icon, red asterisk icon, and then we have to fill it, right?
Yeah. Okay.
F5, you get that blue icon here.
Okay.
So if you see any field that is available with this blue icon, it means that is mandate field. Okay. You cannot ignore that step. Say next. Now you see it is doing a licensing to your box. So if I choose automatic, it will skip this step and it will do these things automatically. It will upload automatically that dossier file to licensing server, will get the key directly from there, will automatically apply that. Okay.
Okay.
It will take some time to activate the modules. So there are chances, one more thing. In this case, there are chances it will reload your configuration set. Okay. So as you are using DHCP, right? So there are chances your IP will get changed. Okay. So just to verify if that circle will keep scrolling, you can just come back here. You can verify your IP address using list/sys management IP. Okay. You can just re-verify if
Got
that circle will keep scrolling. But now this is done. If you see, this is done. This is done. Continue. Now, so right now we have the disk available 25 GB, memory available 32 GB, and CPU is this one, fine. So we have given a good amount of RAM. Now, there are few provisioning methods. First of all, I can see these are the modules that I can enable. Okay. licensing status, the license we are using right now, we can only provision these licensed one. It means I can enable LTM, I can enable ASM, I can enable FPS, DNS, APM, AVR. These things I can enable, but I cannot actually use these services. These are unlicensed. Okay.
Got it.
To enable these things, at least required disk is 20 GB, 12 GB, 12 GB. These are the required disk. And these are the required.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got it.
There are few things. First of all, if I choose this one, I'll get these three options like this. If I uncheck, it will be none. So as of now, we will only enable LTM. We will not enable anything else. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
there are few things. Nominal, dedicated, minimum. What do you think about these wordings?
Uh, it shows that might be that what F5 is focusing on, because if there is ASM also happening, then we have to put it nominal so
Oh,
that the
so,
other thing can also take participation.
got it. Yes, right. Almost similar. What happens actually, if I choose minimum, it will always consume minimum RAM 2400. Always. Okay. It means it will actually consume 2400. More than that, if it needs, it can go up to. Dedicated, it means it cannot go beyond 2400. Nominal, it means as per the workflow, as per the configuration, it will use your RAM. If require only 1 GB, it will free up the other 1.5 GB. Okay.
Okay, so it's telling from the 2400 how much will it use. Dedicated means whole and nominal means as per the requirement.
Sorry, come again. Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, so dedicated means it will use whole 2400 and nominal means as per requirement.
Exactly correct. Right.
Okay, got it.
It means in the dedicated, right? It will never go beyond 2400. It can pause your process, but it will never go beyond 2400. Minimum, it will consume actually minimum 2400. It will never go lower than 2400, but it can go beyond. Nominally something, it will check the process. As per the process, it will basically use your RAM. Might be 1 GB, might be 1.5 GB.
Okay,
Any confusion till this point?
it's all clear. Thanks, Rinders.
So let's go only for the LTM. Will not enable these things. Just say next. So these are few things we have here. Name, company name, certificates name, like uh, self-signed certificates these are. Okay, let's go next. So if we have any license, oh sorry, certificate, I can actually import. But as of now, we don't have, so we will keep like the one they have already inbuilt. Next.
Okay.
So again, they are asking you want to configure management IP manually DHCP. So I'll keep it manual DHCP. Host name we need to give here. Okay. So let's say CNC learning.
So the management IP will have this hostname CNC learning. So instead of 192.168.0.120, we can also log in via, or we can access CNC learning as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me explain this again. So this is just a general IP that if I want to use via DHCP or manual, this is a host name for the box. So right now I can see BIG-IP 1 is the host name of the box, right? So I can change it to any other host name, just a normal.
Okay. Okay, it's not name for IP.
Yes, exactly. This is just a host name of the device.
Okay, got it, got it.
Then host name and IP. Okay, this is just a host IP address. Use management port IP address. Fine. Time zone, if you want to change, you can. But right now we have a single device, so I'll keep it same. But the moment we use active standby devices, we have to keep the same time zone and the same time also. The time sync has to be there. Okay. But that time we will be using NTP to sync the time.
Okay,
We'll not focus on the
okay,
notification. Okay. If you want to change the password, you can change. Okay. This is root password. I'll keep it same. And this is enable access, fine. Allow IP addresses. If you want to allow everything, you can allow. And if you want to allow a specific range, because there are chances like the moment we start working in a company, we have very specific management LAN, right? So I can also allow that management LAN IP addresses. Okay.
Okay.
So let's keep it all address right now. Say next. What it is saying, host name must be .com. So it is saying fully qualified DNS. So when we say FQDN, that is actually contains the .com or anything. Okay. Okay. So these things will configure later one by one the moment we need it, right? So just say finish. Once you say finish, you will have more options available here. Okay. You see, we have few things available now, right? We will start with LTM. We have device management also. We have the system also. You see, SYS. This was actually that SYS. Okay.
Got it.
And we have platform. Yeah, it's a IP addresses. So if I want to go for the LTM modules, I have to say /LTM, like in this way. So this is very kind of very similar. Okay. So once we do it here, we go to the CLI. I'll show you how we can correlate these things. Okay.
LTM full form is local traffic management.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, cool. So we're good till this point. So we'll see how to configure nodes. We'll see how to configure pools, I roles, these are the profile.
Okay. And sorry for interrupt. So
Hmm.
GTM is global traffic management, and the difference between both is like one is local in the same region, and GTM might be in different regions, something like that.
Um, okay, no. Let me explain a quick story about this. GTM would be a single one. LTM is something. GTM and DNS both are same actually. They are no different. Okay.
Okay.
DNS. So formerly it was GTM. Now we call it DNS only. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So LTM, different sites available, right? Your DNS or your GTM will be holding these as a node, as a DC nodes. Okay. Here the nodes we use, those are server nodes. And the pool we use, pool members. Here DC nodes are these nodes. Pool members would be three of them into a single pool member. Very similar. Okay. But GTM is offering a different services. LTM is offering a local site services. Okay.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
Let the world know which LTM you need to communicate. Once the packet move to LTM, that LTM knows LTM let the user knows that okay, go to first server or second server. Got it?
Now it's clear. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next. So this is done. So this is how basically we do the licensing. I'm sure the licensing part is very clear. If you get a chance, you can easily do the licensing, right?
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Awesome. Because yeah, like the moment we onboard the customer, that's a very first thing that we actually do licensing, right? Without
In
licensing,
Palo Automatic, it was happening even in Azure, and here the process is complicated. So it was really nice to tell you. Tell me.
so this is how we have multiple ways to do it, right? Okay. And next, let's start with Okay. So now let's set up the complete lab. Lab means like we will see how to set up a user. We will see how to configure the VMware vSwitches. Okay. And how to connect F5. Okay. So right now the F5 you are managing. So do you manage any F5 right now, or you get a chance to manage F5?
So I will be. If you want a context of what I'll be doing, I can show you a mail. So basically, I'm a new joinee in Airtel. Okay, so I've worked in Azure, WAF, and Citrix, but they said F5 is the one which is uh
They are
the
using.
one which is used. If you want, I can just show you an email. I've not put in production yet. I will be.
Oh,
But I can show you an email about what we were doing latest.
that
So
idea was like if you have the access or not. So maybe they are using VMware or they are using that hardware. So that was the idea just to ask. Okay, no worries. So when you have the hardware available, it is very simple. Fine. So we have this time VMware. So you get a chance to learn the VMware also, how to do it over the VMware. So if you onboard one of the customer using VMware, now we have the step-by-step stuff that we will be doing. Okay, cool. So go to your F5, sorry, your ESXi. I will turn on two servers, not three servers. I'll be using two servers. Okay, two are sufficient. Which server should I use? Let me use user one user. Power on. Oh, before that, we missed one configuration.
So, do you work in a company that is why you have VMware ESXi or something? Uh,
Uh, no, the moment we learn F5 or Palo Alto, right? So actually we get a chance to deploy on the virtual also. So that's why we should know about these things. So yeah, it's a part of learning only.
oh, great. Because I've heard of EVNG and GNS, but not
Okay.
this. That's very nice.
GNS3 is very basic. EVNG also you can use. EVNG is based on the KVM hypervisor. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a KVM hypervisor. Yes.
But you are actually right because in Radware and even in F5 in the company which I am currently in, they use this only, ESXi.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So most of the companies you will see ESXi would be using. Very few startup companies or the company those are using Microsoft servers. They might use a different product, ESXi, sorry, the KVM hypervisor or the Microsoft Hyper-V. But most of them, even what I have seen till this point, whatever deployment we have done, it was ESXi only. Okay. So
Really nice of you to do it on the exact
yeah.
same.
Good. Thanks. So let's learn the next step now. So this time, what I do have now, so I'll explain here a little bit more. Let's see here. So right now, our F5 is up and running. One port 1.1, I will use as a LAN port. Okay. Another port 1.2, I will be using as a WAN port. And 1.3, I'll be using for the HA port. So I'll be using VLAN 10, VLAN 20, and VLAN 30. So just behalf of port number, one is 10, two is 20, three is 30. So even in future, we can remember this part. Okay. Now, I need to connect. I do have two users here available. I need to actually connect via this LAN actually. So this time I need to have one vSwitch. So let us learn first of all how to configure a vSwitch. Okay. So the first step we are learning is vSwitch. Mm. So go to VM networking. Here we have the virtual switches. Okay. Just click here, add standard virtual switch. Okay. Right now we're doing for testing. I'll just put the test and then I'll delete it. Test. Okay, link discovery, CDP, LLDP. CDP is here only. So if you are using Cisco device, you want to keep CDP, enable it. Otherwise, leave it. Okay. So what I need here, only this name. That's it. I don't need anything else. Because right now I'm creating a local switch only. Just add it. Okay, it means right now our switch is ready. Second, I need to connect ports, right? How many ports now I need? So what I need now here is these ports. So let's go here, go to our test switch. This is the test switch. Click here, edit settings. Not here, 1 minute. Networking, pod group, sorry. Go to the pod group, add a new pod group. Okay, click here. Now, what I need now, I need one port here. I need one port here for this user. I need one port here for this user, right? So let's create those ports. So I'll say here, this is LAN port for F5 testing. Which VLAN I need here? I need VLAN 10.
10. Okay.
Which vSwitch I need? I have created test vSwitch, right? Add.
Okay.
So what I did right now, I have added one of the port member in the VLAN 10. Got it?
Got it.
Now, I need to connect this interface to that port. Okay. So let's go to F5. I will edit this one. This is on. Not sure I can edit. Click here and choose your LAN port F5 testing. You see? LAN port F5 testing. Once I click this one, I'll save this one. What will happen here? This interface will be connected to that port member. So now that will have VLAN 10 activated. Then I'll go to user, edit. I'll just go here, network adapter. I will choose that LAN port 5 testing. I'll save it. Once I save it, let's use this one only. You get the clear idea then. Okay. But let's use a different name. Later we will remove it. Oh, we can't. Let's port mapping. Add it. This also we can't do. Remove. Add a new port group. Make it F5 LAN for VLAN 10. Okay. VLAN 10. What vSwitch test vSwitch we need. Got it? Say add. So this is port member we have added, port group. I'll go to my users. I'll shut down initially because I need to turn off the devices before assigning any L3 interface. User 1, virtual, power off. Yeah. So I need to assign both users. These two use into the same group. So just go to the users, edit the file, edit the concept, this one, and attach. Where is, yeah, F5 LAN 10. Got it? Save. Turn it on. You go to user 1, edit, VM network 1, assign your F5 VLAN 10. Say okay. So your first adapter is actually connected to VLAN 10. Got it? User 1 and user 2 also. Any confusion till this point?
So for both the users, virtual machines, the first adapter is port group VLAN 10, and but F5 is not on VLAN 10.
No.
Even though it is on VLAN 10, but it has a different port group, right?
Yes. So right now, what we did, we created one switch with VLAN 10 member of the port group. Now in the same port group, we are assigning, we have assigned these two interfaces. So right now this switch has two ports available with these two users. Now I need to connect my F5 to the same port group. Okay. Let's do that. F5, edit. So when you see adapter 1 in the virtualization, adapter 1 will always act as your ETH0. If you use Palo Alto firewall, if you use any other firewall, your first port will always act as a Ethernet 0. Got it? Your MGM.
Okay.
Starting from port number 2 will act as your Ethernet 1, Ethernet 2, Ethernet 3, or 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Got it?
Yeah.
Make sure this thing, because if you get this confusion, you will mess the network. Very first adapter will act
Is management. Got
all
it. Thank you.
management, we call it Ethernet 0, blah, blah, blah. But starting from these interfaces, these are actually your data interfaces, data ports. So in our case, F5, this is 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Okay.
Even like in VMware, the first adapter is management and the others are data plane. Yeah. So thank you
This
so much for the
is
clarity.
ESXi. The one you are talking about, that's a VMware workstation. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because ESXi and workstation both are different flavors, but the
Correct. Sorry.
is
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
same. In the Palo Alto, you will
Okay.
find
Got it.
Ethernet 1, Ethernet 2, Ethernet 3. Okay. On the FortiGate, it is port 1, port 2, port 3, right? This is how we get.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So just make sure the first adapter will always act as your management. The rest will act as your data ports. So first adapter I'll be using as my F5 VLAN 10. Once I save it. It has been saved. So this time F5 user 1, user 2 are actually in the same LAN. Any confusion till this point? Tell me.
Yes. Yes. If you can go back to F5, please. So the first one is in uh, VLAN 10. All of them are in VLAN 10, the network adapter one. But you just said that the first one is for management. So you should have put the second one.
Yes, my bad. Yeah, thanks. So first will act as your management. So I don't want to do that actually. So this was the thing. 1.1. Thanks.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, now this is done. Next part is something I need to connect the WAN part also, right?
Okay.
So let me consider VLAN 20 for this. Okay, so let's go there. Again, very easy. Go to networking, port group, add a port group. This is for F5 WAN VLAN 20. Okay, VLAN 20. Same switch I'm using. Hardware is same. Basically, that virtual switch will remain same. You will keep adding your port groups. Okay.
So that switch will remain the same.
Yes, switch will remain same. Yes, you will start adding your port group. Okay. Now, go to your F5, edit, go to your 1.2 and F5 WAN VLAN 20. Save. Okay. Now what I need one more actually user that should have connection to that same group. Okay. So what I can do now, I have to bring up one more PC here. Okay. But that's a very later task. We will do it later. No worries. Okay. But our F5 is actually connected to the VLAN 20. In future, once I need a external user, I will add one more PC. Okay.
So the adapter 3 is to VLAN 20.
1.1 adapter 1.1 is yeah, correct. So if I talk about adapter 1 is for ETH0, adapter 2 is here 1.1, adapter 3 is here, exactly correct.
Okay, got it.
But that is 1.2 port for our F5. Okay.
Okay.
And here this is 1.3, but this is our adapter 4. So let's configure this also for the HA. So it means from our side, I will have my hardware ready, my physical
Uh,
infra ready, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go here, add to networking, add another port group, add 4. This was 4. What naming we're using? F5. F5 HA underscore VLAN 30. Make it VLAN 30. vSwitch हमारा test and just add it. Go to your F5 again, add it. And now finally, your LAN 3 or adapter 4 should be, where is HA? This is HA. Save it. Now we have full-fledged F5 ready as physical connectivity. So what we have done actually, we have done the physical connectivity, right? If you do have your hardware, you will do the physical connectivity. If you do have virtual series, you will do like this, your physical connectivity. Okay.
Okay.
Till this point.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. If you do have any questions, ask.
All clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Now this is ready. Okay. So what next? Next is let's configure IP addresses here. Okay. So let's go to here. Go to your system. Network, sorry. Okay. Now self IPs we can configure. We can configure the routes also. Static routes we can configure. Interfaces. These are interfaces. So you see, the first interface is actually 1.1. Second is 1.2. Third is 1.3. This is how we get it. Okay. Here we will get the status actually, what
Oh,
status is. So,
wow. Nice.
okay. Now, let's come here. First of all, add the VLANs. Create a VLAN. Name. Let's say we are doing for LAN. Description. Using for VLAN 10. Tag is 10. Tag is something your VLAN tag. Okay. Which
Got it. Got
interface I want to keep in the VLAN tag? I'm just doing one testing. I'll delete it. I'll come back here. Okay. Interface 1.1. Tagging, I'm saying tagged interface. Add. Once your interface is tagged with one of the VLAN, you cannot tag it again with another VLAN. Okay.
Okay. Because it's not a trunk port, it's a access port.
Let me finish, then I'll explain this part. It will be more clear.
Okay. Got it.
Let's say if I say cancel, it will cancel. If I say finish, it will finish and it will show me the another screen. If I say repeat, it will save this configuration, will show me the same screen again. Repeat. Okay. When tag 20. If I by mistake use 1.1 again as a tagged, I add, I try to finish. Oh, just reverse. My bad. Tagged we can have multiple tag we can have, but untagged would be one. My bad. Let me remove this. I'll explain again. Edit LAN, because untagged is something we can't identify. Using tag we can identify. 10. I'll mark as untagged. Okay, add it. So on 1.1, I'm adding untagged. Repeat. When 10, 20. I want to use 1.1 as untagged, add, finish. You see what error I'm getting? Is already untagged on another VLAN. Okay, now why we have this concept? So I'll explain one case. So let's say you have your F5 available. You do have one switch available where you have 3 servers, let's say 1, 2, and 3 are in VLAN 10. 1, 2, 3 are in VLAN 20. 1, 2, 3 are in VLAN 30. Another case, F5, your switch, but only 3 servers are there in the VLAN 10. That's it. We don't have any other user. In this case, what I will do now, this port, I can have access port. Okay. This port, I can have access port on this switch. Here on this interface, F5, I will mark that this complete 1.1 interface will act as untagged for VLAN 10. Got it? Untagged
Yeah.
10, access port for VLAN 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 10. So whenever the user will send the packet, let's say the packet is ping packet. Okay. Source IP address would be, let's say, any A and B, we are assuming. It will send the packet like this. Switch will say, oh, okay, I'm getting the packet on the VLAN 10. I have to hand over only to the members of 10. As this is access port, it will not add any tagging. Agree? Once the packet will be out here from the access port, the packet will not contain any tag because that's an access port mechanism.
Correct, correct.
So here it will say, oh, I'm getting an untagged packet. Untagged packet has to be handed over to VLAN 10. Got it?
Okay.
That's why I cannot keep one more untagged, because I know if I'm using one as untagged, I'll be getting traffic from the same access port VLAN. I'll not get the traffic from other VLAN. Make sense?
Okay. So only one interface of one VLAN can have untagged, not
Untagged.
the different, not so that we cannot repeat different interface for untag.
We can
Is
repeat.
it different interface? We
Yeah.
cannot have, right?
1.1 can have untagged 10. 1.2 can have untagged 20. 1.3 can have untagged 30. But 1.1 cannot have 10, 20, 30 as untagged. You see?
Okay. So untag for one VLAN only.
Yeah, untagged for one VLAN, one interface. Correct.
Okay.
Other VLAN on other interface should be untagged. Other VLAN, other interface should be untagged. This is how we have a very unique combination. Okay. Now in the F5,
Okay.
when we come here, in this case, you see this is like a router on stick. Oh, yeah, I can consider that thing. This is just a router on a stick. This is just a normal router, right? If I keep a normal router with my switch, with my users, what we do? Access, 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 access. Just flow the traffic. But if I keep a router on stick, we configure here sub interfaces, right?
Yes, yes.
That F0 by 0.1.2.3. And then we define the VLAN ID 10, 20, 30, and we configure the IP address also. Same here. 1.1, now I can say 10 as a tagged. 1.1 I can say 20 as a tagged. 1.1 I can say 30 as a tagged. It means now this port has to be trunk port. 10 VLAN data here will be tagged. Once the interface receives that says, oh, 10 VLAN, I have to hand over to this, whatever IP is there. If that is VLAN 20, oh, that is this one, I have to hand over to this guy. If that is 30, so this is the way that sometimes we use untagged and sometimes we use tag. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah. Purely router concept, pure router concept.
Because I've heard of tagging, just the way you said router on stick, that 1.1 will have 10 tag, 20 and 30 other sub interfaces. But I've never heard of untagged. But it is the same concept as tagged as only. It's just that once access port, like you said, is getting out the data, it will remove the tag.
Yes.
So
So
that's why it knows how to send the data from one VLAN to
other,
another.
yeah, exactly. In interface, we can say, right? So here, even in the router, we just define IP address. We do not mark any VLAN. Here we are marking VLAN, but we are saying untagged. Marking a VLAN saying untagged is actually nothing. Just a
It's just tagging only because it's just
that's
getting out of that interface
that's
of the VLAN 10, and it should know that even untagged VLAN 10 has to go somewhere in
it.
particular
And this is
VLAN
five.
10 tag.
This is F5, so that is using its own concept. Otherwise, it is very pure like router concept. Okay.
Thank you so much. The best thing is you have some examples, either routing or Palo, or that helps a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Because if we can relate, right, we can easily understand, right? That's the way we should learn actually. Okay, so this tagging we have done. Let's do for 1.2. This is for the WAN using for global client, VLAN 20. I would say untagged because I need untagged right now. I don't have multiple customers, multiple VLANs, right? Finish. Oh, cancel. Create one more as a HE. Description. This is 4 another unit. Standby. Tag is 30. 1.3 as untagged, add, and just say finish. So this part is ready. It means now our interface is tagged. If you go to interfaces, you will see these are status is up, up, up. VLAN count is 111. Got it? There is no
Y-
trunk. Basically, that is not tagged. That's why this is no trunk.
Okay, got it.
And these are the MAC addresses we have here.
Mhm.
Now, what next? Next is we need to configure self IPs. Okay. Create.
What is a self IP?
Self IP. Okay. So right now, what we did only, we only configured VLAN. So on the F5, we only configured VLAN right now. Part of VLAN 10, part of VLAN 20, part of VLAN 30. Now we will assign IP address to those VLANs. Basically, we are assigning IP address to the interfaces now. Okay. F5 interfaces.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Thank you.
So let's come here. LAN IP address. So what we should keep? Let's use 168.10.1. So for VLAN 10, 10 series, VLAN 20, 20 series, VLAN 30, 30 series. Okay. 10.1 net mask is this one. Which interface or VLAN? LAN interface, right? Port lockdown. Okay. This port lockdown, if I say allow none, it will not allow any single port. Allow all, it will allow every single port. Allow default, few default ports we have available. If I choose custom, it will ask you, please put your TCP UDP port number or any protocol number if you do have it. Got it? Let's say 44. I want the TCP. I want this one.
I'm really sorry. I did not understand port lockdown.
Okay, no worries. Port lockdown is something on this port, on this LAN interface, what TCP UDP port number you want to allow or you want to deny. Okay, that.
All right. Protocol and port. That's it. Okay. Got it.
So let's say I will port here, I'll use the port here, 443 add. It will allow 443. I'll add 80. It will allow only. So it means now we
Got
will
it.
on the port number also, like we do on the firewall, right?
Awesome. No, got it. Got it.
But right now I'll not do anything like this. I'll just keep it allow all. Okay.
Okay.
Floating IP address, I do have one. As of now, keep it local only. Okay. I'm not using two devices, so just keeping no. Okay.
Local only means like it
Will
won't
not
use
have the
float.
floating IP address, non-floating IP address. I'm not using
Okay. Got.
address right now. Okay. And just say finish. We don't have any policy right now, so it is saying none. We don't have available. Just say finish.
So floating IP, we will only do it on the HA1.
Yes. The moment we'll have the HA, then only that comes in picture. Right.
Correct. Correct. Got it. Thank you.
Create another one that is for the WAN. IP address 20.1. Net mask is this one. HA is the WAN. Allow all ports. Finish. Create. This is for the HA. IP address is 30.1. HA. Perfect. Allow all and say finish. So right now our interfaces are ready with IP address also. Got it?
But for the floating one, we did not say
We have not
we
configured the floating one. As of now, only physical IP address are available. That's
okay, because for HA, I was hoping we would put floating IP,
yeah,
but maybe later on.
yeah, later we will change it. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so this is done. Now IP addresses are here. Let us activate our users. User one. Mm, we need to verify the ping connectivity also. If ping works fine, it means everything is fine. This will verify our connectivity.
I'm really sorry, Neeraj. One more question. I'm so sorry. So while I was in Palo Alto Tech, okay, what we used to do is we have to give the user machines DHCP, default gateway of our trust LAN network interface of Palo. Suppose our Palo trust interface is like in here we can say VLAN 10 is 192.168.10.1, right? So in the user machine we used to give default gateway of that.
Yes,
So
correct.
are you planning to do the same?
Exactly same. Yes, yes. So basically,
Or are they already there? That's why you did not do.
look, like in the F5, we don't have that concept of trust untrust. Okay, we don't have the zone available. It is very simple, like a default gateway. That's it.
I just wanted to know if the user has default gateway of 192.168.10.1.
Um, like how you will say like okay on a
If you go to NCP, you go to properties in the same, yeah,
okay.
IPv4.
Mhm.
Here we used to put it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this time here we will put the F5 IP address as a default gateway IP address. Okay.
But in Palo Alto, we used to put a trust interface, which is the LAN interface, 192.168.10.1. But obviously, that's a different, tech almost, like
Yeah.
every different.
Okay. Here also the kind of, if let's say if I consider this as a F5, oh sorry, Palo Alto, that's my LAN interface, is a trusted interface. So we assign that IP address to all my users as a default gateway. Similar,
Yes, yes.
F5 LAN interface IP I'm using on all the users as a default gateway IP address. Okay.
Oh, so same thing only. So 10.1 only will be given
Just
on.
don't have here the concept of trust untrust naming. We don't have. Otherwise,
Okay.
the function is same.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. So 192.168. So 10.10 and 10.20 I'll be using. 192.168.10.1 is my gateway. DNS would be 888. Oh, as of now, we don't need any DNS. Okay, so that is okay. CMD ping 192.168.10.1 is reachable. It means we have the connectivity available. Awesome. Okay, this is available up and running. Cool. But what port we are using? AT80. Okay. So right now, this PC is available on the port number 8080. This we are just doing for the testing. Okay. And in the case of
So,
real-time environment, you will have the real servers.
so can you again show me how you binded this default website to 8080?
Okay.
Because I think the website already existed,
Yes, yes. So basically,
but
once you
you,
Windows laptop, right? So you can just
IS.
say IS. Okay, so that has actually already one active application running as a default website
Uh-huh.
run. Okay. So if you want to modify, just go here, edit binding, and you can change your port. By default, it would be 443 or 80, right? You can just come here, you can edit, and you can change that port. Okay.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
No worries. Let's verify on the user number 2 also. Go to user 2, close.
So, do you need to differentiate uh, IS server website content? Otherwise, they'll show the same maybe.
We have to actually. We will see how we do that. So let's see. 10.20. We have to do that actually. Otherwise, won't be able to identify.
Okay. So this is like the best way to do IS only. Everybody use IS. But what I figured out is there is some simple web server.
Uh-huh.
It
Like,
is an application, simple 200 OK. That is called 200 OK.
oh,
And it works the same way as IS only.
okay. Oh, yeah, that would be. So we are just using here one inbuilt application and other also we can download. Cool, this is up and running. So let's try what page it has. So we need to identify the directory. 1 minute. Okay, this is already
I think you can just edit the HTML page because the above file was HTML. We can just edit it with, we can just put some characters like web2.
CNC
Oh,
server.
it has server2 name already. Oh, that's what you're saying. Got it.
So this welcome page only I have modified with server 2 and
Oh, awesome.
should have server 1. Let's try from server 2.
In like default time, it could open in localhost, but now we have to put 8080 port as well.
Exactly, right. Perfect. That is server 1. And what we are having is actually server 2.
Okay, great.
Differentiate server. Okay, it means our setup is ready. Our users are ready. Okay. Now let us focus on the configuration, starting from very basics configuration. Okay. So our connectivity is done. These things are done. What rest we should learn before going to components? Yes, let me think. What next? IP address is VLAN. Trunk also is the same way. Once we assign tagged VLAN, that is called as trunk. Okay. And what else we have? Okay, this is what we had. Next, we can start with, okay, one static route also we have. Let me explain you that also. So here we have the routes available. Okay. So sometimes we configure, let's say we do have one more port available on the F5 and that is redirecting to a specific server, specific application, right? So if you want, you can add one static route also. So F5 only support the static routing. Okay.
So F5 doesn't have just to reconfirm dynamic route like BGP OSPF doesn't.
No, no, we don't use that.
Okay, is it not used in like companies or it doesn't have the feature?
It is not used actually. Or, sorry, we can say in the F5, we don't have those features available.
Okay, because in like other companies also nobody use dynamic. We use static only, but yeah, but here we don't have that functionality. Got it. Thank you.
Because F5 is something you will not be using for the routing purpose because there are firewalls, there are routers to do those things, right? That's a pure LAN
Hmm.
device. So we do it
Yeah.
this way.
Okay. So we are configuring static route for
As of
what
now,
reason?
any server to do that, but yeah, if you want, you can configure in this way: name, description, destination. I just like a static route, right? Testing, testing, destination. Let's say 192.168.30.50/32. 255, use gateway or use pool or use any VLAN, let's say VLAN HA via VLAN HA. And empty if you want, you can just say finish. Or if you want to put the one of the IP address, you can just put the IP address also. Just very similar way that we do on the Cisco routers.
So right now we don't have the need to do any static routing, right? As of right now
As of
for the
now,
topology.
yeah, because we don't have such mechanism or we are not using any use case where we need to assign a static route, right?
Because for our machines the default gateways are F5 and for our F5 there is no default gateway.
Yeah, because F5, basically F5 will have a, okay, so the use case we are using is something, one PC that will have LAN connection, HA will have LAN connection, this user will have LAN connection. So we don't have any right now kind of, I don't want to really provide any internet connectivity to these interfaces, right? That's why. If let's say I need to give one internet connectivity to one of the LAN, right? Then I have to configure default route towards any new LAN. Let's say this interface is having connection to internet. Then I'll define one static route or default route towards this LAN. Got it?
Okay. So for WAN, it can be our edge router, which might have route.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
like the first diagram you showed me, that
Yeah.
would have been the default gateway. Got it.
Correct, correct. That time it can be, right.
And
Mhm.
even if we do CMD IP config, we can get different VNets. Okay. So like if we have different VNet 1 or 8, right? If we put VNet 8 somehow where it will have a different gateway. Yeah. So got it now. Thank you.
So yeah, we can configure multiple also. Okay, cool.
Okay. Depends upon the requirement.
Exactly. This is not only one, this is configuration for multiple routes also, right? Okay. And one more thing I think we have. Okay, so let's start with components of F5 now. Okay. Let's start from here, these nodes, these pools, and so on. So there are three components in the F5. Okay. We call it node, we call it pool members, pool basically, and the virtual server. So one is node, one is pool members that we assign under pool. Then finally we configure virtual server VSC. Nodes, let's say we right now we have two servers available only. So I will configure. Oh, we have 1 and 2 series. These two, right? Node number 1, node number 2. Let us configure these two nodes. Okay. Do you have any questions before moving to next point?
We are just adding the virtual machines because the VMs are the servers, right? And that will happen in the backend pool. Yeah, got it.
Okay. So these configuration, I'll show you how to do it via CLI and how to do it via GUI. So, okay. Both things we'll see now.
Okay.
How we
Thank you.
can do it CLI, how we can do it using GUI. These things we'll see. Let's go to our traffic, go to nodes, node list, create one node, name, let's say this is server 1. I can define some description, address 192.168.10.10. Health monitors. Okay. Health monitors are something to check the availability. The server is up and running or not. So I'll skip this one right now. I'll go here to the monitors. So right now, we have gateway ICMP and multiple stuff here we have. So right now, the one we are going to use, that would be ICMP only. So for the node, what I can do only, I can use a single monitor that is ICMP monitor. Okay. I'll show you the default values. Default values are in every 5 seconds, it will be sending packet and is waiting for the reply within 16 seconds. It means if the device gets a reply within 60 seconds, it is fine actually. Okay. It means it will mark the server as up and running. Got it?
Okay. Yeah. So usually we don't use TCP. Usually ICMP is the used for health monitor.
Um, there are few different health monitors. For the nodes, we can only use ICMP. Okay.
Oh, okay. Great. Great.
Health monitor, these are default health monitor here under go to nodes, default monitor. As of now, we don't have any. Let's keep ICMP updated. Node to node list. create one node. Now I'll configure one. Address is 10.10. Not default. If I keep not default, it will be not default now. Basically ICMP. But if I don't want to keep ICMP, I want to choose a specific one, I can choose from here. But as this is only IP address, I can only keep ICMP. I cannot have other one. Okay. So just select and keep it inside active state. Okay. These are active and these are available right now. Got it? Any confusion?
Got it. Got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Right now, availability requirement. Once we configure other nodes, I'll show you this feature. This is something if I keep, let's say, 2 or more, and I can set here at least 2 should be up and running. Out of these 4, 2 should be up and running. So I will mark the device is up and running. Got it? But as if I choose all, everyone has to be enabled. But as right now, this is only a single individual user and I want to track only reachability. So there's no concept of all or at least, right?
Yeah, the lesser the better. ICMP is good enough.
Ratio, okay. This ratio, once we start load balancing, static load balancing, then that time we'll discuss this ratio keyword, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. There are two things, connection limit and connection rate limit. What do you think about these two naming?
Basically, I know about least connections, which
Okay.
is to maintain basically 2 connections in each server. Like so that even if supposedly there are 5 servers in the backend pool, everybody are having the equal number of connections. So that was called least connections.
Okay. Okay.
But
Yes. I'll recorrect it. Okay. I'll refine it. That is correct. Connection limit, let's say this server can only handle 10 connections. So I will put here connection limit 10. Rate limit is something at a time, let's say how many connections it can accept. Let's say I assume if I get 5 connections at a time, so more than 5 it would be down. I don't have much CPU. That's the connection rate limit. Total connection limit, I'm having let's say 10 connections or 10 connections I can only accept out of total range, right? And 5 at a time I can accept. Got it? That's a rate actually. At
got
a
it.
how many I can accept and total how many I can handle on my
Got
device.
it.
Okay. If you keep it 0, 0, it is something you are trying to say everything is allowed. I don't want to put any limit here. Okay.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Say finish. Okay. These are some status we have, but for status, I'll discuss later. Okay. But keep in mind, the moment we configure, we get it blue. Okay. In future, I'll explain why we have this icon. Okay. We will discuss in detail about
Yeah.
these.
Okay.
Yeah. And one more thing.
So one stupid query. I'm really sorry. How uh so we had LTM license and that's why we got to know this that we are having an F5 in
Hmm.
but so basically by licensing only we'll be able to figure out if we have LTM, GTM and other things, not via the GUI page. I mean,
Oh, provisioning you're asking. Yeah, using CLI also we can check what is provisioned here on this box.
actually in the like the headers, like if we have panorama, it used to have a panorama written in the heading. Like it will show F5 only. That's what I'm trying to say.
On the CLI you are asking?
Uh,
Oh,
GUI.
okay. Look. F5 is a company. Okay. Further, they have the modules LTM, GTM, DNS, and so on, right? So those modules you will see here actually. If I provision ASM, AFM, PAM also, you will see those modules, more few modules here. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, got
Those
it.
modules will be available here.
All right, got it. Now it's clear. Thank you, thank you.
And if you come here, system resource provisioning, you can see what is actually enabled here on this box.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so one user, okay, and you see the green circle here. Green circle, it means that is available and up and running. Okay.
okay.
Now, let us see one more thing. Okay, we'll go later. Let's do it via CLI. Okay.
Okay.
Let's take SSA. Go to TMSH. That's the only one that can handle these configuration. Okay. Right now, what is the plan? I want to delete, I want to create, I want to see what exactly we are planning right now. Create, right? So just put create under which module? LTM module, right? Say LTM. What I want to create under LTM, that is node actually. Say node. What name I want to keep? I want to keep, let's say, oh, we kept it LAN only. Let's remodify. Oh, we cannot modify. No worries. Let's keep it server 2, second name. So make it server server 2 address. Address I want to keep 192.168.10.20 and monitor I want to keep ICMP. You see how simple that is.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Do it via GUI. You can easily do it via CLI. I want to create. I want to create. What I want to create? Under which module? LTM. Okay. What node? Okay. What is the name? We define actually name first of all. You see, name. Name you can define. Then these parameters. If you want to add address, add address. If you want to keep monitor, add monitor. If you want to put the ratio also, put the ratio. Got it? Very simple.
With the tab, it will show which options we can get.
Even you can
Awesome, nice.
question mark also. Yeah. What is available right now, just like Cisco.
Okay.
Any confusion, any doubt?
Okay, great. Okay, so with monitor question mark, you can get all the options available. Awesome. Thank you.
Yes. Now, if I talk about, okay, what is the main difference between Cisco CLI and the Palo Alto CLI in the terms of saving the configuration or doing the configuration? Sorry.
So in Palo, we do commit,
Exactly.
and until we do commit, it's in the candidate configuration.
Exactly correct, right? So the moment we do the commit, then only the candidate configuration will be the part of the running configuration and the production, basically, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Same
yeah.
here, the moment we talk about this F5 but in the Cisco, the moment we do the configuration, it is a part of the running configuration directly, right? Correct.
Yes, yes.
So the moment we do it here, it will be the part of the running configuration. Okay. We did it actually. Using CLI, we did it. Okay. And if I go here to the nodes, I can see. It means if you do something through the CLI, it is a part of the running configuration. Okay. If,
But just one question. You even though you did TMSH and then you put the configuration, but were you in the configure mode or
oh, there is no such configuration mode specifically here.
okay, got it, got
What I
it.
did here, I used a create. It means we are creating. If I use list, LTM, node, you see, I'm just putting apart from
Okay,
putting list. What LTM and nodes I want to see, enter. These are the available nodes we have. You see?
okay, got it.
So only this will tell you what you're doing right now.
Okay, got it. So,
Okay. If you want to delete, just say delete and put your LTM node server to it will delete it.
okay, got it. There's nothing like configure mode. Got it.
Exactly. Only you have to just go inside this shell and then you have to do the configuration. Okay.
Okay.
Now there are two difference. If I do it using GUI and if I reboot my box, this configuration will be available. But if I do it via CLI and if I reboot the box, this will be wiped out. Okay.
So how to save it permanently?
Yes. So save. What I want
Okay.
to save? System configuration. Enter. That's it.
Got it.
It will save your configuration. This CLI is very easy. If you know how to use GUI, CLI is very easy. Okay,
Okay.
cool. So this is how we save on the CLI. So it will actually save your bigip.conf file. And if I do a cat quit from here, cat/config/bigip.conf, it has those YAML configuration, whatever you have done. Okay, here you see we have configured few nodes. It is available, right?
What's the command? It does it show the entire configuration of this
Entire config.
running configuration?
Yes. Every single configuration will get saved into /config/bigip.conf file. Okay.
And cat means that you're viewing in Linux. Okay, got it.
That is something that's Linux command now. You see, I'm outside. We are not inside the TMOS. Okay. Right now, we are inside the Linux actually.
Okay,
We are inside the Linux. Okay. So this is the bigip.conf file. Okay.
got it.
Here's the bigip.license file. User configuration. So yeah, this is how we do it. Okay. So if you check,
Okay, great.
if you do cat is something to see using
Okay,
using Linux CLI and put your file name.
so it showed you the entire configuration which has been done in the current time of F5.
Correct.
Okay. Even the certs it will show in case we have.
Yes, it will show definitely. We only configured only 2 nodes we configured, right? So that's why only we see nodes. Once we configure pool members, virtual server, few more config will be here. Okay.
Okay, awesome, awesome.
There should be a directory for the cert. CDSSL. Yeah, these are the certs. Yeah, these are local certificates. Got it?
Okay,
Under SSL. cd dot to go back one directory. mkdir to create one new directory. mkdir
yeah,
directory.
got it.
And if you want to take a backup, do a copy of one of the files, put the name, put a new name, bigip.conf. Let's say we are doing it 30th August. Just put any name. It will create one backup. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So this is how we do it. And if I delete from CLI, it will reflect here. If I delete from here, it will reflect in CLI. Okay.
Awesome.
I'll show you quickly how to delete it. tmos, tmessage, delete. Which module? LTM module. Okay. What I want to delete node. What I want to delete LAN, I want to delete. That's it. List, LTM, node, enter. There is one node. If I refresh this page, just click on the node list again. It will refresh your page. You see, we have one server available now. Let's create, give it a name, valid name this time. Server 1, 10.10, node default. It will have ICMP. Keep it, save finish. So in the background, it is sending it is sending one packet in every 5 seconds and is waiting for the reply in 16 seconds. Okay. 3 by 3 plus 1. It is like that always. Okay.
Uh, can you just show the monitor as well so that we can figure out if it's sending 3 again?
Oh, packet capture, you're asking, right?
No, no, no. In the uh,
Monitor?
monitors of ICMP,
Yeah. In every
5 seconds,
it
it's
will
sending one packet.
yes. And timeout is 16 seconds. It means once it will send one packet, it will wait for the another 16 seconds to get the reply. If receive, everything is fine. If do not receive, then it will mark the device as a unreachable.
Got
Okay.
it, got it. Thank you.
Hmm. Okay. So one more thing. How to show the packet capture via this way. In future, we will be learning TCP. Do you know TCP term?
Yeah, TCP. So basically, curl just tell us about the headers. TCP dump can tell us about exactly the DNS and the SSL handshake, what went in that.
Okay, TCP.
All the packets and checks in SYNAC, TCP, and SSL handshake both.
So you must have experience of the Wireshark also, right?
Yes, yes.
So whatever we see in the Wireshark, when we capture a link, exactly same we see in the TCP dump. Wireshark is a GUI tool, TCP dump is a CLI tool. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
TCP dump 1.1.
And TCP dump just works for Linux, not Windows, right? If I
Yes,
might be wrong.
it's a Linux tool. -I 1.1. Yeah. You see, this device is sending ICMP packet to both servers, 10.10, 10.20, 10.10,
So
10.10.
why did you put 1.1?
Oh, okay. What I did here, TCP dump -I is for the interfaces. Which interface? 1.1 interface. So actually, these nodes are actually connected. 10 series is connected on
To 1.1.
1.1. 10.1, LAN is actually 1.1 interface, right? This 1.1 interface. That's
Okay.
There's one more command that actually we can use for every interface. Hmm. Not sure. But yeah, there is one command. If you don't have an I, not sure, I forget, I think. I'll tell you later. Okay. But there are a few commands that actually we can use. But once we start learning TCP dump, I'll explain a few more things and might be I can explain that also, how to do it for every interface. Okay. But individually, you can go one by one. 1.2, 1.3.
So basically, I have some commands. Can I discuss with you just to
Please.
have a confusion
Yeah.
resolved? Is there any option of chat where I can paste over here?
Yes, in the chat box, let me allow you to send the chat. 1 minute. Yeah, can you try? There is a chat box available, meeting chat.
So this is what I do. I might be wrong, obviously. Uh,
Oh,
so
any.
what I usually
Mhm.
what I do is usually any or any TCP or any host or any IP that way.
Okay.
Uh,
So actually this,
but 1.1 is better because you know which interface it will go out of if
yeah,
it's LAN.
that
Yeah.
is very specific actually. So the moment you say TCP dump -I, any, it is saying actually any interface. Okay. And when you're saying any with TCP, it means any interface, but only TCP packets. Okay. And when you're saying any host with google.com, it means now it will track only any interface with a specific host, google.com. It can be source, it can be destination. It will track both. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, TCP dump -I, any TCP is fine. Curl is something we check that service is available or not. Okay. If you do curl -v http
Okay.
if that web page is reachable, you can verify that using CLI. Okay.
Yeah. Response address. Okay. Got it.
Response we can verify. But in future, once we start TCP dump is a part of our troubleshooting, that time I'll it would be like very good information. Okay. And numbers of things we'll see over there. A real use of TCP dump, how to
Okay. So usually, sorry for to cut you off again. Usually, what is preferred? Because I do any, but obviously that's not a good thing. Usually, the way you are doing TCP I 1.1, that is the better way because we should always put the interface as well, which it is exiting.
reason being in the industry, you will have a good amount of traffic, and by mistake, if you choose any, your CPU utilization might be very high, and there are chances your device will misbehave. So we in the production we never try to use any actually. Okay, if,
Okay, so
if
we do TCP dump I 1.1 interface exact.
yes, yes. So try if that's a customer
Okay,
environment, try to ignore any. Okay,
got it. Thank you.
but if you need to, then put very specific things like a specific host IP. so that you will have low number of packets. Okay. Because
Okay.
them capture your every single packet and copy and paste to your screen, to your console.
So instead of I, can we just put the IP address like
We have to say,
sudo TCP dump?
no, we have to start with one of the interface. We have to tell what to capture or from where to capture. We have to say that. But don't worry. Once we go to TCP dump, I'll show you a different ways to do that. And you will be
Awesome.
in the TCP dump. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Now,
One more question. Sorry about this. So
sorry.
TCP dump command you ran out of Timos. You ran it in Linux only.
So that's a Linux based command, not a F5 command.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. Hmm. So you see, like if I go in traffic management shell, there are a few limited commands we have, right? Oh, there is a TCP dump also. You can run in this version. I can see TCP dump. Yeah, it will capture everything without even specifying, but it will capture everything, like your MGMT port, your everything. You see, I did not define anything, not any interface, not even I. It is capturing this way. If I put the host, it will capture only specific host. It will capture them, okay, without even I.
Okay.
But we'll discuss later everything in the detail, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Nice. Nodes. So this is how we create the nodes, okay? And we have seen in every 5 seconds it is sending a packet to the neighbor and it's getting a reply, and that's why that is marking as a available.
Okay.
There are a few more codes available, okay, that we can learn. But once we finish few more things, we'll move to that point also. Okay. Any confusion, any doubt till this point?
All sorted. Thanks, Narit.
Okay, cool. 1 minute. Huh? Now let's go to the pool. So this pool also, if you want to configure via GUI or via CLI, you can do that. But again, very simple. Create LTM pool, then your pool members and so on configuration. So let's add one pool here. Give it a name. This is web server. Now, health monitor. So this pool will have the power to track your service also. Got it? So if you want to track your service, my service is available or not, you can track it actually.
Okay.
Right?
Correct. Because the pool can have 7 or 10 servers or maybe hundreds, and it can track all the servers.
Yeah, right. So here in the health monitor, I can use HTTP actually. Got it? It will verify that your HTTP web page is available or not. So in the node, what we are checking actually, the physical server is available or not. In the pool, we are checking the server is up and running fine or not, but my service is available or not. Got it? Make sense?
Got it. Got it. So node is checking if physical reachability is there or not to the server.
That's it. And pool is checking your service reachability. Service is available or not on the specific node. Sometimes what we do actually, we do not have, let's say, ping available, right? That time your node will fail. But if you are checking directly services, your service will say that is up and running, right?
So how is that possible?
Yes, you disable using okay. On the
Because the ping has to be there and then only the service will be reachable, right?
no. Ping is just a reachability check, right? Services will be available on the port number actually, right? Let's say you are using Windows Defender, and in the Windows Defender you have disabled your ping. By default, ping is disabled in all the Windows machine, right? And we disabled Windows Defender to make the ping available. Okay.
Okay, got it. Like,
If your service is disabled, you can verify just your service, your HTTP service are working fine or not. Okay, got it?
okay, got it.
Now, these load balancing methods we'll discuss later. As of now, we are just learning the basic mechanism. So just putting round robin. Round robin is something one by one. Okay.
Hmm.
Priority group activation. Let me add a few servers, then I'll add this one. Okay.
Hmm.
New node? No. Any FQDN? No. I do have a node list available already. So if you have not configured yet these nodes, directly you can put your node list here. Okay.
Okay.
It will directly add in the node directly. But
Hmm.
if you have node available, I'll just go here. Which service port number 8080? Service, if you want to put now, you can put. Okay. But you have to say 8080. Add. Another server is having same service 8080.
Hmm.
Just say finish. Oh, before that, let's come here. Less than. This is priority group activation available members. Let's say if I'll say 2, I'll remove these, delete. Priority, I will add here 10. Add server 1, I will add 10. Let's say I have added 3 servers with a priority 10. Okay. Another 3 servers with a priority 5. So initially, it will do the load balancing on the first 3 servers. It will keep using until available member counts goes below 2. It means if out of 3, 2 are working fine, all okay. But if active members are less than 2, it means if you see out of those 3 or 4, whatever number is available, below this number is only active, then it will remove that group and it will start using another group. Make sense? I'll
Okay.
note down here. 1 minute. Let's say server number 1 with some IP address with priority 10, server number 2 with priority 10, server number 3 with priority 10, server number 4 with priority 10. Another 4 servers with priority 5. So there are 2 groups right now. One with priority 5, one with priority 10, right? Initially, F5 will do the round robin mechanism only on these 4 servers. Okay. Till what point? Now we are defining priority group activation. It means, and we are defining 2. If out of 4, 1 goes down, active count is 3, less than 2, less than 2 is 1 actually. Condition is still true. False, sorry. 1 more goes down, 2, that is equal to 2. Fine. If that goes beyond this one, so you see, we have defined value 2 here, at least 2 members should be active. If that goes beyond less than 2, it means 1, then do not use this group, start using this group. And keep monitoring this group. Once this is available again, start using it. Okay.
But as of now, there was no way to create a group because we just added 2 servers.
Yeah, we have only 2 servers. That's fine. Right.
So how can we add it to the servers to the group?
Sorry, come again. How we can?
Add the servers to the group.
Um, we need to we need to bring a few more servers up and running. Then only we can do that actually, right?
Okay, okay. But the thing is, there can be groups as well in the pool. Got it.
Right. Correct.
Hmm.
Idea is clear, right? Why we have this pro.
Yes, got it. You explained so nicely. I'm so grateful to you.
Awesome.
Usually people are not clear at all.
Hmm. Cool. Thanks. So this is how we can set the priority also. And once we have the 2 groups available, it will have the higher priority group active, and the ones that do not meet this value available value, it will fall back to the below one. But once
Yeah.
available, it will again fall back to the old one. Okay.
Okay. So it is by default the preemption is there.
Oh yeah, kind of yes. But you
Awesome.
we are disabling enabling.
Okay.
If you do have a single group, then definitely you will not be using this one, right? But if you think your services are very good and you want to keep 24/7 up and running, so I want to keep one more group over there. That's it, right?
Okay.
In that situation, you would be using this preemption kind of.
And the higher priority means the higher group value.
Yes, correct, always.
Okay, got it.
So in this case, 10 will be the higher priority, 5 will be the lower priority.
Okay.
Say finish, blue, refresh. It means your services are fine. Your services are up and running. Got it?
Mhm. Okay.
Any confusion, any doubt till this point?
All clear.
Cool. One more thing. One thing. Yeah, you see, your request is moving from here, web caching. That 8080 belongs to web cache port number. That's why we can see this number. Okay. So you see, to this IP address, we are sending packets in every, and these are TCP packets if you see, right? SNAT. Okay. So if I go here,
I had an idea that it shows DNS and SSL handshake also.
uh, okay,
But
it yeah,
once there's a proper transfer, it might.
yes, but this is just a capture and close the connection, capture and close the connection. It is just checking the HTTP.
Correct, correct.
So if I go here,
Awesome. Yeah.
so it is saying in every 5 seconds I'll be sending a packet, and send string is just get and verify that page is available or not. That's it. You see,
Okay, got it. HTTP will obviously just have a TCP, fast TCP connection.
and if you modify, let's say I'm going to create my own one. Give it a name, testing, select HTTP. Now put your parameters. If you do have any specific web page, put the web page string here using get. I want to get this web page. If that web page require any username password, put the username password here. This is how we can even put few more things. Got it? It means out of your complete website,
Okay.
if you think one of the specific web page is really required for one of my customer or for all of my customers, there are, let's say, 100 pages. But if the login page do not work, those remaining 999 pages would kind of useless then. Then you will be tracking your login page also that time, right? So depend what situation you do have. And these things your developer will provide you. Okay. What string I have to verify, what is the username password, what is the receive string you think as a developer should be there. So your developer will provide these things, and as per developer, you will put the inputs here. Okay. As a network engineer, we don't
Yes.
care about these gets.
Yeah. And plus, it would be so difficult to figure out the host name entered in the put it here
Yeah,
because R for carrier fields.
right. So developer will
Yeah,
be
if you put one, that will cause backfire.
right.
Yeah, go.
Okay, awesome. So once we create, okay, inside pool and rest, we create monitor. Okay, pools we have added. What else? Priority group activation we did.
VIP also.
Yeah, we will move to VIP. But I'm just thinking what else we are pending. Okay, let's see. Do using CLI also. Okay, one create LTM pool. Hmm. 1 minute. Create LTM pool. Now give it any name like this. We are doing testing, so testing pool. Members I want to add. Okay, when we add multiple members, we add like this. So how many members we have? We have 2 members. Server 1. Colon. We put here port number also. Let's say 443. Server 2 with port number 443. And you can close your brackets. Got it? Enter. List LTM pool. Enter. So you see one of the pool is here, web server, and this we actually created, right? And if I go here to the pool, I have the pool here. Got it? In few seconds, after 16 seconds, it will show me down.
Why will it show down?
Because server is available, but this service is not available on port number 443, right?
Okay, 880 was the one. Okay, yeah.
Any confusion till this point?
All clear. No confusion.
So let's go here to the CLI and delete this one. Again, very similar way, delete. What I want to delete? Under LTM, I want to delete. What pool I want to delete? Which pool? The name was testing. That's it. Any confusion till this point? So till this point, what we did only, we have done tell the pool how to add the nodes, how to add the pool members, right? Any confusion in your mind you want to ask, have any further queries, anything, let me know.
No, it's all clear. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's go to the virtual server now. Okay. Add, create. So before that, let us bring one server also, one user.
So for the virtual server, I always had a doubt because I've worked with so many scenarios in load balancer in my life. So I just wanted to know the VIP, which is the front-end IP of the LTN or load balancer. Does it need to be on the same subnet of the client IP?
Okay. So, no, that is not mandate. Because you see, how to explain this one? Let me explain. Let's say you have your F5, or you might have your answer automatically, I'm sure. User server 1, server 2, server 3. F5 will have connection to a router, and here will be private IP addresses, right? Then your firewall, and then your ISP, and somewhere your client is there to one of the ISP connected, right? That will communicate. That will come here with the public addresses. Cool. All those public addresses will wind up here.
To the firewall. Firewall will do SNAT.
Then further, you see here, I will be having the private range available. So you see, that client really are the part of the same subnet, or here we have the same subnet. That really doesn't matter. If F5, or let's assume one more thing, these routers are not doing any change in the source, assume. Then here I can configure that static route towards here, default route, right? Agree?
Okay, correct.
So you see, very, very base concept here we have. Just
It's
as per the topology or as per the use case, if this router will do a source translation, I don't need any default route. If it is not doing, this router needs a default route there, F5. Correct?
okay.
You have your answer now?
Yeah. So either if it's a normal traffic, F5 needs routing, and otherwise someone will do a SNAT
Exactly. Yes.
in between. Okay.
So whenever you think about F5 traffic flow, try to put the router in place of F5 and think what router will do in that condition. You will have your answer for sure.
Because you've explained it in a realistic way, which is what happens in the real time. Uh, in my previous case in Radware, they were saying make sure that the client is in the same subnet as
Oh,
Radware. So for the front end, and I was like, are not even. I mean, I was confused. Like, why is he wanting the same subnet? But thanks for clarifying.
no worries. But again, I'm not sure about the other concept, other vendors, right? But in general, there is no logic of these
Yeah,
things.
even in Azure and Citrix, and even in Radware, it doesn't happen. It might be just one that particular scenario.
Might be. Yeah. Okay. So let's bring up our user, the client. So, so here adapter, I'll be using our WAN adapter, right? Save it. Hey, sorry. Hey, just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Someone is on door. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I'm back. Let me start this PC. So here I'll keep the 20 series. Okay.
20 series for what? Sorry.
68. The users are using, right? So our F5, let's go to network. Let's go to self IP. So towards when we are using the 20 series, 192.160.20.5.
Oh, yeah, ISP. Okay.
Okay, this is up and running. Let's check the reachability. CMD. That is reachable. Awesome. Okay, so our user is ready. LTM virtual server. So now let's start doing the VS configuration. Okay. Now in the VS configuration, few things I will miss right now because we have not done everything about the VS, because VS is everything now. the profiles and everything will attach to the VS. Okay. So right now we will just do a simple connectivity check. We will use a simple VS right now. Okay. Any confusion? Any doubt you do have?
Got it. Simple VS. Okay.
Yeah, very simple VS we are doing right now. Okay. Create, give it a name. This is for web service. Okay, there are a few more things. Okay. And we are just using standard. These we do not use in the LTM. Okay. The moment you move to the FM and so on, there are a few other modules that we use. But right now we only use
A
standard.
so others are used in ACM or
Yes,
GTM or ASM.
those we use, correct.
Okay.
The moment we use SNAT, then we have to use some layer 4 profile. Okay. Performance layer 4. So these are related to other modules. Okay.
So these we will use later on
No, we will
when
just discuss the standard
we're
one.
doing this net.
Yeah. So once you start
Okay.
SNAT module, basically different cores or DNS or other APM, AFM, then that time automatically it will convert to L4 automatically. Okay.
Okay.
So there are
I
few
think SNAT automap is included in LTM. Is it?
that is there. I was talking about a different one. That is,
Okay.
yeah, that's a different one actually. So the
Okay. No worries.
provisioning, let me make it very clear. Resource provisioning, CGNet, sorry, career grade net. So when we
Oh,
configure
okay. Got it.
that module, so we actually get the profile of L4 automatically. That is for the moment we enable APM, we get actually this one. Or I think in the ASM, not even sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's come here, create web server standard. If you keep it specific source IP, you can have, so it will just allow very specific IP. If you keep it blank, it will allow everything. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's say
So
100 M.
source can be the which client can access us, and
Exactly.
destination is the VIP name. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, right. So client can be any, that doesn't matter. If you want to keep very
Yes, yes.
host, you can keep any IP
Mm-hmm.
within same subnet, a different subnet. If you keep it blank, it means any subnet. Okay. Now
Okay.
the port list. If I will allow 443, the user will have to try with 443. If I do 80, it has to buy 80. Okay. Let's do 80 right now. Protocol TCP, fine. These are few things that we'll discuss in the profiles only. Okay. Your
Hmm.
certificates and so on will be here. I'm not using
And
any.
the destination IP is the one which is the VIP IP, right?
Yes,
Like
yes.
we can identify it. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Okay. And what agenda did you use to keep the that 20.100? Because it is in the WAN network.
Oh, yes, exactly. Because right now, in general, again, if you get confusion, just think like a router you have. You have an IP address over here, and you want to allow few more subnets here. You have to keep this actually this range actually then, right? Because on
Okay.
a
So the
single,
WAN network. Got
yeah,
it.
exactly. Yes, yes. On an Ethernet segment,
Okay.
we keep same subnet, right? So the moment you
Okay.
will assign one more IP address, you need to keep same subnet in that way. Or even let's say,
Okay.
if I do netting, right, on a router towards ISP, I have dot one here, dot two here, and I want to keep one more net IP. I have to keep same subnet but other IP, right?
Yes, yes. Got it. Got it. It's clear now. Thank you.
Hmm. Okay. Here are two things. VLAN interface, all VLANs and tunnels enabled on specific. It means what you are thinking, your user will come from only LAN, only WAN, or from two LAN. Okay. The moment we use a single LAN, assume, let's say I'm using a single, sorry, I'm using WAN. By default, this should be because I will get the traffic from the WAN only, right?
Mhm.
Fine. That is called as one-hand network. Okay. One-hand network. The moment you add your LAN also, you're saying that my traffic can be actually from my LAN also. There are few users, right? And they want to access or any other, sorry, not this LAN is actually our server LAN only. On the F5, there can be more LANs, right?
Yes, yes.
Subnets would be there. So the moment you add another one also here, that is called as two-hand network. Okay. There are two terms we use. So we are just defining here from where we can get the packets or we can get the request to access servers. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Source address translation. As of now, I'm keeping none. Okay. I don't want to do any source address translation. The moment we will move to translation, NAT and everything, I'll start using the SNAT or automap. Okay.
Okay, okay.
That time I'll explain what are these things.
Hmm.
Profile, acceleration, leave it, I rules, leave it. Default pool, here we have to define that we are using right now the web server. This
Okay,
is, I cannot see here mandate field, but this is mandate field actually. Without this,
okay,
my VS will never get to know. Okay, you are using some term VIP, right? So try to use here VS. Here we call it virtual server IP. Okay.
okay. Yes, got it.
So this VS will have the default pool definitely. Otherwise, will not be able to identify. Okay. Then,
Got it.
okay, these persistence are basically your connection tracking thing. Will not use right now. This is sufficient. Mark finish. And that is available. It means I can access now. So,
So by default, if the criteria is not met for the I rules, the VS will direct the traffic to default pool.
yes, exactly correct. Right.
Got it, got it. Thank you.
There's a higher priority, first of all. Right. Now, let's go to user and then see the traffic flowing. One more thing, there are few dependencies also. Like, okay. Let me explain no worries this time. So right now we are thinking to use port number 80 using HTTP. That is something use TCP connection. So here we have to keep actually TCP. If by mistake we use UDP, that would be wrong. Okay. If you're using, let's say, DNS services, port number 53, make sure to use UDP then. Okay.
So where do we find this configuration to change?
VS
Oh,
under,
under VS properties. Okay, got it.
yes, this is under VS only. Yeah. And one more
So
thing.
why would we get DNS? Okay, you are saying if it's load balancing for DNS, then we need to put UDP.
Exactly. Right. Like DNS was the example only, but like if we use any service that is UDP based services, that time we have to change that TCP to UDP. Okay. It
Okay,
was the model mechanism.
so it will depend upon the backend services which are you getting used on that time.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
Because here only it will define what it is. It will expect that okay, I'll be receiving TCP, then I have to use few more parameters, or UDP, then few more parameters. Okay.
okay, okay.
Now, next thing. Hmm. If these two nodes, if one of the node is available, okay, your pool will always say I'm green. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If both are down, then your pool will be down. And if your pool is down, then your VS will be down. Okay. This
Mm,
is how
okay,
we have the architecture. Okay. Got it?
okay. So if the pool is down, then the VS will be down. Okay,
Correct.
because it cannot do anything at the backend. Okay.
Right. So let's go here and now try to access.
So we will try to access the VSIP
Oh, yes, correct.
20.100.
Exactly correct. Right. 192.168.20.100. You see?
Yes. So did you do HTTP or HTTPS?
Oh, okay. By default, it takes HTTP only. With
Okay, got it.
That's why. Okay,
And we were hosting also in HTTP only. Got it.
correct.
If you go to the VS properties again, it was listed HTTP. We put TCP as the protocol, right? Yeah. Okay. And if it was HTTPS by default, then we would have put the configuration from TCP to HTTPS.
Oh no, okay. Protocol would be TCP or UDP,
Okay.
right? In the HTTPS also it used TCP. Keep it TCP.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I have changed it to 8080. Update it. Go here, and if you try, you will not have the access. It should not be. This is from the cache only. Let me use private 192.168.20.100. Okay, we are not getting access. Once we keep 8080, we'll get the access. Got it?
Can you show me the 8080 configuration which you changed in VS?
So what we did here, only the service port number we have done change.
Okay. And
Okay.
the real port number was also 8080, no?
Yes, that was also 8080. Let's make it 5432, assume, just to have a difference.
Okay.
Close.
Okay. So the real server port number we put it in the node. That's all. Which one to take? Okay.
20.100:543. You see,
Got it. Got it.
this is how this works actually.
And in the notes we put 8080, right? Note section.
Where?
If you go to left side notes.
Sorry, let me be more clear. Just 1 minute. Let me explain you. So right now we have the servers available, right? These servers
Mhm.
are actually offering the service on port number 8080, right?
Yes. Yes.
So after that, what we configure the node. In the node, we just define IP address, nothing else we define. But the moment you configure pool, we define IP plus port, right?
Mhm.
This port has to be this port always. Okay.
Okay.
This cannot be different. Never. This is the pool that have actually direct access to this IP and to this port number. Further, once you configure VS 192.168.20.100, that's a virtual IP, right? And
Mhm.
port will be a virtual port. The one I'm putting here,
Yes, sir.
5432. That's a virtual port number, right? So it can be
Yes,
any.
sir.
This is for the public world actually.
Okay.
These are inside one. So you can have any port number, that doesn't matter what you have. So it will convert that port into 8080 always. Whatever port you have defined here only. Okay.
Okay. Got it. Got it. So the real port is defined in under pool.
Under pool, exactly. So under pool, you
Got it.
always define the real port on which we have the service available. We have the service running, right? In the VS, we define the port that we want for the public users.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any confusion till this point?
All clear. No worries. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a break, 15 minutes, and then we'll continue the other protocols, other features.
Th Sure. Thanks, Neeraj.
Okay, shall we start? All right.
So sorry, sir.
Hey, you're back.
Yes, yes, yes. So
Oh,
you were back, like I made you wait.
it
So
just
sorry
few
for that.
minutes.
Sorry for that.
Okay, so Naris, so any doubt till this point? Any confusion you do have?
All sorted. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay, awesome. So now let's move to the next point. Okay. So let's see, next is few things we'll discuss. So the moment we talk about this F5, it is something like we use some approaches here. Okay. That is called as ADC, application delivery control. This is nothing, just we can say a process of the F5. So how this works actually, when we say a packet-based design, okay, just normal forwarding. So let's say F5 is just doing a normal forwarding, right? And that is called just a packet-based design, right? Another one is full proxy design. So few things we had the discussion around the full proxy design, but like this name we are using right now, the full proxy design. Okay. In this case, what will happen here? The device will basically do few things. Okay. It's like, let's say, how to explain this one? Assume device review the complete traffic coming in. So whenever F5 will receive a traffic, it will review every single thing, right? And break that connection into behalf of the client. Then it will create a new connection with F5. So it means once we have F5 available, one client available, and one server available. So let's say the client will send, first of all, TCP three-way handshake, in which it will do TCP send, SNAT, and I. Same here, this F5, what it will do? It will basically use exactly same way. It will say, I'll be using a TCP three-way handshake with my server also. Because you understand, right? The moment we talk about any connections, TCP session, it means that will be between every single user. It is not like it will skip one of the TCP session and so on kind of thing, right? So if we have another endpoint, L3 endpoint, it will be using that time another TCP three-way handshake, right? Do you have any confusion till this point?
So there is a concept of SSL proxy in Palo Alto, where Palo also does for certs, it does different TCP handshake, one with client, one with server, and once the server sends a certificate, it creates its own intermediate certificate and send that to the client instead of sending the server original certificate. So yeah,
Exactly.
I do get it. Thank you.
But you see, Palo Alto says in Palo Alto there are two conditions. Even if the user wants to go directly to F5 to one of the application that can go, right? Agree?
Yes, yes.
But in the F5, by default, what we have here, it has to go via F5, right? Because you see, the moment we are saying a user is trying to connect it, actually user only know about F5 or one single endpoint. Then F5 knows how these servers are connected. Agree?
Correct, correct. So it doesn't know about server. Correct. Client only knows about F5.
So here you see that's a default behavior.
Mhm.
The client cannot directly reach to the server. Agree?
Yes, yes, yes.
So this is default behavior.
Okay.
Till this point.
All clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, next. In between, what F5 will do, it will review your data, right? When we say review, just like Palo Alto verify a few more things, n numbers of things, content ID, n numbers of things, right? Same here. The moment we start using profiles, it will look for the data. Maybe it will do a load balancing to a specific server. I rules will be there, n numbers of things. So the data it will review what I have to do, right? And then it will forward the data to server, whatever decision will be there, right? It means there is one application data that it is receiving, and then further, what it is sending actually is a modified data. So here, very specific request is coming, and then between F5 and server, what they are doing, it is sending a request. This user wants to have some, let's say, web browser, one of the web page. It will give reply in that data, right? And then further, it will receive it.
Got it.
Next, we are just breaking down the steps. Okay, the data can be encrypted. Same here, F5 will have the idea what I need to do. So if you remember, I was using, okay, I'll just quickly show you one thing now. You can now relate the things. Okay, that's a benefit we have. Few things we have discussed, few things we are discussing now. And then once we have this ready, we can relate few things. So you see SSL client and SSL server. If I'm using client SSL, it means now the client will have encrypted traffic. We are saying that we are trying to say to F5 that client will always come with encrypted. If we are keeping it blank, it means we are saying send the plain text data decrypted format. Okay.
So plain text mean HTTP.
Exactly. HTTP.
Okay.
We can say as of now, yes. So when we say HTTP, that is decrypted data, or we call it plain text format, right?
Okay.
This format, sorry. Okay, I'm back. So now here we are saying, but let's say if I'll keep one more here, let's say I'll keep here one SSL profile, server SSL. It means what we are saying that yes, the data will be encrypted here. Do your task, decrypt it first of all, have your data ready. And once you want to send a request to your server, encrypt again and send it to device, your server. Got it? So here only we are deciding that data will be in the plain text or will be in the encrypted format from client or from server or between both devices. Okay.
One question. So data come encrypted as per current setting from the client, and then F5 will decrypt it because F5 is saying server for server it needs to go in plain text, so F5 will decrypt it.
Yes, exactly. So it is totally depending on these two profiles that we are using right now. Make sense?
So in the current profile, because it's plain text, so F5 will have to decrypt because it's nothing, right? Just to confirm.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
And this is attached to the VS settings of VS setting, not the I rule, right?
exactly. Everything we'll do here in the in this VS settings only. Even once we create I rules, we have to come here. So whenever you think ABC, come here and do it. So your 80% task will be here only. Okay.
So F5 will decrypt the data and then forward the plain text data to the server. It won't re-encrypt back, right?
Okay. It is up to us what we want. Okay. There can be two cases. One case where server is expecting to receive a plain text, as in our case right now, right? One case will be there that developer is actually using
Okay, yeah.
encrypted way. So if our servers are having plain text data, I need to remove it from the server SSL. If our server are supported to receive the encrypted data and they can do a decryption, I can keep SSL profile here. Okay.
Got it. Got it.
Any confusion you do have in your mind? Anything?
Uh, Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Neeraj. Neeraj, hello.
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, actually my net went off for 2 minutes. I don't know how and why. Sorry about that.
All right.
Now I'm back. So yeah, you said it depends upon server whether they need
Exactly.
plain text or encrypted, and that's how we'll put the profile the same way.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. After that, I was not there. Sorry about that.
No, no worries. So let me just edit one more time. So if your client is using an encrypted way, you keep client SSL. If your server is also looking for encrypted data, keep it this one. If your server is not looking for this data, encrypted data, remove it. If your client is also requesting without SSL, remove it. Very simple.
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, next. Let's go back here. So, encryption, decryption we have done, right? Same here, if the client will request using kind of compressed data that is requesting, right? Or that is sending. So here we have the capability to do compress, uncompress again. So there are a few profiles of the compression also. Let me quickly show you that also. The compression profiles. It would be listed here. Yeah, HTTP compression profile. Okay. It means you see every single possible stuff is actually via profile, right?
And even this profile is in the VS settings only. Okay, got it.
So now you can basically relate the story, right? And the moment you learn more, right, you can easily understand every single story, whatever we are learning from starting. Okay.
So as of now, we cannot edit anything on it.
We can edit, but like few profiles or something, initially we have to add. Okay. How to explain this one?
Okay. If we had added something else, then only this would have been visible. Okay.
There are a few resources also we can add here, those profiles, pools, right? So few things we can modify, but few things are something on the behalf of your VS. Then later you don't do that actually. Okay. But just wait. Once we start profiles, you'll get
Got it. Sure. Thank you.
Perfect. So, so the moment you talk about a switch, right? So that has a capability to read the only MAC addresses. If I talk about router, that has the capability to read like IP addresses and layer 3 information, right? Firewall can read layer 4 data, layer 7 data also, right? So when we say layer 7, it means we are using certificates, right? And F5 has the capability to read full data, again, just like a firewall. So firewall do the deep packet inspection behalf of certificates only, right? Correct? And that certificate has to be on the client side.
That's a certificate.
Yeah, and that we receive the other certificate we receive from the what we call it, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is. But right now, what we are doing here is something, we are the one who is generating certificate. Now you can relate one thing. Like, let's say you are using Palo Alto firewall. Your user is here. Okay. And your ISP is here. Your Facebook is here. Now this Palo Alto will create a connection on the behalf of you with F5. Sorry, with Facebook, right? Now you can consider this is your Facebook F5 LTM location, right? Who is providing certificate to this Palo Alto? Facebook. Further, we'll have servers. So you see, whatever certificates we are using right now, we have the control on those certificates, right? We are the one generating certificates for server and for our client also.
Okay, got it. So basically, we are the one we are. I mean, I think I am not sure exactly, but Palo Alto had an intermediate certificate using which it was signing the server certificates.
Yes.
Are we doing something like that in F5?
Okay, you can, okay, let me explain in a different way. Assume, look here, one control I do have on the Palo Alto, right? That Palo Alto will create certificate, or I will have the certificates from a CEO authority, and I will install in my database, and I will share to the user also, correct? But this certificate, I don't have the control here. Only Facebook will give me that certificate. Agree? Now assume this is your LTM box, and there few servers are there. So you are managing LTM. It means now we are the one who is actually providing certificates to everyone. You see?
Okay.
Right? So once we learn Palo Alto, we are sitting on other side. But once we learn LTM, we are actually sitting on this provider side.
So we are the one which, so the CA also, root CA, intermediate, and server, all three we are creating.
Yes, this time, yes, we are here actually. Right? Okay. It means if I use a certificate here and this user request or this phase is Palo Alto request, they will see actually this certificate, the one you are using actually right now here. Okay. Or the one you have imported actually. So whenever we say server exchange certificate, what they do actually, your Facebook server is exchanging certificate, right? User don't have any certificate. They request actually, they do a TCP connection, correct?
Correct.
So we are sitting on this side actually. Got it? So we have the full visibility here. Any confusion till this point?
So,
Anything in your mind?
so I get the point that F5 is the one which is creating the server cert, but there might be enterprise CA, which is the RCA, which might be generated by Facebook.com, right? And that's the root CA. So intermediate CA is also generated by the root or PKI, or that we are creating in.
Let me change a different way. Okay, so
Because I think FB, Facebook.com, if we take an example of that, it's creating root CA, intermediate CA both, and it might be putting the intermediate CA in the F5, and F5 using that intermediate CA might be signing the server cert.
exactly. Yes, yes. So the moment, okay, first of all, we need to have certificates. It can be from a global authority or our one of the CA server, correct? Certified by our CA server. Once we have those certificates ready, what we can do here, we can import it to F5. Okay. And then once the user will try to connect, that will actually exchange these certificates. Got it?
Okay.
This is how this works actually. All good till this point?
Yeah, user will have the RCA, which we'll provide to them. Correct. To validate the chain.
Well, yeah, exactly. This is how this works actually. Okay.
So I think once we do one practical, which which happens in the industry,
This will do
w-
definitely once
so
we
that will be clear, that will clarify, because I'm not sure what happens in the industries exactly. So once you share one of the examples, it will clarify.
we will do that. Definitely we'll do that. This was just example on the certificates, how they do that. Okay. Cool. Hmm. Now let's move to the next one. So let us talk about now the load balancing. In the load balancing, okay. So there are two types of load balancing. Okay. One is static and one is dynamic. The moment we say static load balancing, it is kind of thing, the behavior is very similar or very same. We do not have a dynamic behavior. Kind of, okay, let me put in a different way because this static is very different. Okay. Mm, let's say, okay, okay, very clear point. In the static, they never verify device health or server health. Static are two things. One is round robin. So by the round robin, what you understand? Just give me some basic idea.
By round robin, means one, it will go sequential wise, first, second, third, fourth, five, six, all the servers.
So in a very sequence, it will be sending the data to servers, right? Okay. Now,
Yes.
but
Yes, yes.
in this case, F5 never have the privilege to verify which server is fully utilized and which server is right now available, right? So that's why we are trying to call these as a static. In general, when we are saying round robin, they're actually moving one by one, kind of dynamic it is doing, but it is not true dynamic, it is static only. And why we are saying static, in the load balancing, if let's say we have one, two, three servers, right? And one of them, let's say, this is 90% utilized. These are 10% utilized, this is 10% utilized. F5 has nothing to do with this utilization, right? Agree?
Static won't see utilization and availability also. Okay.
No, it will verify nothing, nothing. Okay. It will just say simple one thing, what that if you have configured load balancing as round robin, I will keep sending your data one by one to the servers. I will never take care of the health of the devices. Never. Okay.
Got it.
Hmm. So that's why we are trying to call this as static because someone asked like why we are saying static. This is not static. We are not defining one server, right? But in actually we are defining that, right?
Okay.
Now another thing. So One more thing is there. This is round robin. I'm sure this is clear, round robin, and why we are calling this static, right?
Got it. Got it.
Now, next is basically ratio. Now I'll come back to the node. Okay. If you remember, we while doing the configuration of the node, it was one field was there that was a ratio field.
Yeah.
Right. It was actually defining the ratio of the device, what ratio it will have to the devices. So let's say, or let me go to the device first and I'll show you. Okay. I'll go to the node. I'll go to this device. Yeah. Here we have this ratio available, right? Now, this ratio is something, let's say I'll define here 2 ratio. Or let me try to show you something here. One server with ratio 10, one server with ratio 5, one server with ratio, let's say, 20. Okay. Now, in this case, what will happen here? These are not priority. These are ratio. It means once I choose static ratio load balancing, it will send, let's say, there are 10, 20, 30, let's say there are 40 packets assumed. Okay. This is really mandated because this will come to the dynamic load balancing also. Okay. The first packet, it will say, oh,
Okay.
I will provide first packet here. Fine. Second packet here, third packet here. Now the ratio is 9, 4, 9, 19. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This ratio has been done in this flow. Now this ratio will complete 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, assume. 10s are done. This is also done. This ratio is done. Now another 10 will be here quickly. This ratio will be done. And then
So
again,
the highest ratio will server will get the highest packet.
packet, more packets will get. Got it?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Again, this ratio is not something, it will have the higher priority or lower priority. They will receive parallelly, but once the quota is fully utilized, then other quota will be utilized full and then other quota will be utilized. It means 1, 2, 3. Now what ratio is pending? 9, 4, 19. 1, 1, 1. What is pending now? 8, 3. So once this becomes 0, they both will negotiate. Once this will become 0, it will negotiate. And once this becomes 0, they'll start from again 1, 2, 3, like this. Okay.
Okay. So once the third server 20 packets are over, then again the first one will get the packet and the second, and it will restart the cycle.
In this way, they will work. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any confusion now? This has to,
Got it.
because once we start the dynamic load balancing, again, we have to discuss this point. Okay.
Okay.
So now let's move to the next point. Or let me add a few small things here. One server, 2 and 3 server. And ratio is 3, 1 and 2. 3 to 5 and 6. Let's say there are 10 packets. Now what will happen here? Packet number 1, packet number 2, packet number 3. Packet number 4, packet number 5, packet number 6. Ratio done. Then again, packet number 1, packet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then again, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and so on. This is how this will negotiate. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All clear till this point.
Yeah. All clear. Thank you.
Okay. Now, let's go to the next point. Now, let's discuss dynamic load balancing. Okay. Or how do I show you the output of this one? Let me try to show you. Okay. What happens actually the moment we do in the virtual, right? We do not get exact output because these are virtual one, right? So sometimes the sessions remains open. Okay. They do not leave the session. But let us try. Okay. So let me do some changes, starting from ratio, let's say 2. Update nodes. So server 1 have ratio 1, server 2 have ratio. Sorry, here we have 2, here we have 1. Statics. Refresh this one, refresh. So total we have received connections 3 and 3. Okay. Let's try to request from the user side. Okay. And see what happens. Idea is clear what we are doing, right? Or what we are trying to check.
Idea is clear. Thank you. Yeah. We're just trying to check the statistics will be more for the ratio 2.
Exactly. So as per the ratio, that will happen or not. Okay. But it is not very sure we'll see the data, but we are just trying because there are chances that the session will be stay there, right? So it won't remove it actually. Okay. Let's try. Because we have
Okay.
that's why. I'll try to use private mode. So that was 192 20.100 with colon 5432. It was this one. And what should we check? Let's come here, refresh the status. 3 are here. Perfect. Let's hit first request, close, new 192.168.20.100 colon 5432. Second request, close this one, new request, and 92.168.20.100 colon 543. Server 2. One more request, let's do. My bad. Why we are getting different? Because we have configured the ratio, but we did not change the load balancing method. My bad. They were actually managing the data. Right. So let's come here to the LTM pool. Go to your pool. Members. This was the issue. That was using round robin. Okay. This was.
So even with round robin, still it should.
Sorry, come again. Yeah, that time you see it was another server 212. It was like that series. It was moving one by one. As we are only using round robin, so it will focus only round robin. It will never focus on the ratio, right?
Okay, ratio doesn't work with round robin. Got it.
Correct, correct. That will never work with this one. That will just keep circulating by the round robin mechanism, right? Let's here ratio. Oh, there are two things. I need to make you understand about this part. But okay, these two things, if you see ratio is with member and ratio is with node also, right? So what is the main difference if I choose member and if I choose node? I'll discuss later. Okay.
Okay.
Let's choose. Then what should I choose here right now? Let's choose node because we have a single service. Update. Go to node. Ratio 2. Ratio 1. Statistic. Refresh. Save. Where we have server. And open and open. Ratio 2, ratio 1. Okay, but just one minute, I'm just checking one difference here. What is missed? Okay, we are using here this one extra. Perfect. No worries. Go here. Let's go to the users now. Let's do it now. Now we should see the right data. So, server 2, close this one, add it again, 92, 2200, 5432, server 1, new private, 92, 2200, 532, server 1 we see, perfect. This should be, and 2200, colon 5432, server will get close. Thus, 2200, colon 832, server 1, private, 2200, colon 5, server 2. Let's go here and let's identify, refresh it. Why we do not see the server 2? The server 1, sorry. Yeah. So maximum 3, total 11, but how do we identify again? Current 1, that is fine, maximum 3, maximum 2. 2 ratio 1 we have, right? Let me do a reset again, okay? And let's try it again.
So what algorithm did you use in LB?
In the pool you are asking?
Because you said round robin won't work, right? That's why.
Yes. So right now we are using ratio. Ratio 1 we are using. Server 1 is having 2 ratio, server 2 is having 1 ratio. So the
Okay.
server 1 should handle the maximum packet. Basically,
Yeah,
just
and
server
in the pool statistics, you remove round robin or something like that.
full. Okay, here where you're asking, here we just get the statics, like how many connections we have. Here we do not choose anything. Here,
Okay.
I need to connect. Sure. 1 minute, sorry. Let's try it again. Okay, refresh it. 1 connections.
How did you disable the earlier statistics?
Just reset. Select your
Reset. Okay, you just did reset. Okay, got it, got it.
So let's try it again. Let's see what happens. One ninety two. Let's do one thing. 100 colon. Right. Here, server 1. Paste and go. Server 2. Awesome. New private. Paste and go. Server 2. Why we are receiving server? No worries. We'll check the status. Server 1. Paste and go. Server 1. This should be new private window. Paste and go. Server 2. Perfect. Private window. Server 1 should be there. Perfect. Server 1 should be there again. Server 2. Why? Let's go here. Refresh it. Okay. So you see total number of sessions are here 10 and here we have 6. So moreover, this is doing load balancing. Connections.
Can you go into the pool statistics? Sorry, pool page where I can see what algorithm you took.
Just before that, let me one point here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 7, 10, 11.
So server 1 had the ratio of 2, right?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost correct. This is okay. 2:1. So we are getting 10 connections here, 6 connections here.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So you were checking pool, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Traffic, pool.
Pool members. Yeah. So you had use ratio only. Okay.
Ratio. Yeah, here I'm just using ratio. This ratio member, I'll explain later. What is the use of the member and nodes. Okay.
Okay, got it. And the first one had the second priority. Server 1 was 2 ratio.
Server 1 was having 2 ratio and here it is 1 ratio only.
But it shows 1 and 1 both. Might be a different thing.
This is a member ratio. We are checking pool members, right? This ratio
Okay.
member based ratio here we have.
Okay. Okay. That is a different thing. We put it in the note. No worries. Got it.
We're actually using the node one, right?
Got it. Thank you.
So let's go here and okay. So this is a static load balancing. I'm sure this is clear, right?
Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, thank you.
Now let us talk about the dynamic load balancing. Okay. First one we have is least connection. So in this condition, okay, one more thing here. In the dynamic, they always take care of the server. Whatever we decide here, they take care. Okay.
Okay.
Now, least connection. Okay, let me note down first of all everything, whatever we have available. Least connection, we have the fastest, we have the observe, we have the predictive, we have dynamic ratio. These 5 behave in the dynamic load balancing. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so the moment you talk about the dynamic load balancing, every single mechanism is checking server capability also. Capability basically, as per the configuration, it will verify the information. In short. Okay. Now, when we talk about least connection, so let me note down here. Least connection. So assume, let me try to draw a diagram. Let's say we have server 1, server 2, server 3, server 1, server 2, and server 3. So assume there are 4 active connections. On the server 2, there are 10 active connections, and here is, let's say, 19 active connections. Okay. We have these active connections.
Okay.
Once we have these active connections, right, what will happen here? And these connections are layer 4 connections. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It just works on layer 4. Okay.
Layer 4 connections we are talking about, right? Okay. Now, in this layer 4 connections, what will happen here? Whenever your TCP session will come here to the servers, so the servers with the least number of connections will get the packet first. Okay. Let's say now, let me note down here. The server with least L4 connection will get the packet first. These are okay. Active connections. Just make sure these are not like kind of total number of sessions. These are active connections per server right now. It means right now
Okay.
4 users are connected to server 1, 10 users are connected to server 2, and remaining are connected to server 3. Okay.
Okay.
Now it means once this will get a packet, one connection, S1 will receive that connection. It will be fine, right? Clear?
Okay.
Now,
Yes, yes.
another connection it will receive, it will say, okay, again, this is a lower one. Again, I'll make it 6. Again, this is lower one. I'll make it 7. Again, one more connection, I'll make it 8. Again, one more connection, I'll make it 9. I'll make it 10. Okay.
Okay.
This is not technical possible. Reason being, there are chances the moment I will fill this till even 7. If let's say 12 connections drop from server 3. Let's say 12 users are playing game or they are having one active connection. They drop at the same time. Now this would be 7 again, right? Or assume that goes to 6 connection. Then now
Yes.
move to here. So the idea behind the least connection is something whoever will have the least number of TCP connection will get the packet first. Got it?
Okay. Got it. Thank you so much.
This is the behavior we have.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is how the least connection works. But I can show you the configuration only. I can't really show you like the live case because we don't have any specific application that we can actually connect layer 4 connections. Okay.
No, no worries. This is great enough. Thank you.
How this do it? The moment we talk about fastest is very similar to least connection, but fastest work on the layer 7 profile. Okay. Fastest. So it will check layer 7 requests. One thing to notice here, when we talk about layer 7, it can be HTTP, it can be DNS, it can be any other profile. We have to put a profile. If we forget to put a profile, whatever profile we are using, assume, right? And we want on the behalf of profile or application that should work, layer 7. Okay. If we forget to put a profile, it will actually fall back to least connection. Okay. Then it will only track layer 4 connections. If we provide here a profile and we choose fastest, it will work on the behalf of layer 7 profile. But if you forget by mistake, right, it will actually fall back to the least connection, even while having the setting as fastest. But if the device do not find a profile, it will fall back to the least connection. Okay.
Okay.
Again, same way, if we are using profile and you're using fastest, S1, S2, S3. So whoever is having least number of least number of layer 7 connections, right, they will get the packet. Okay. This is the
So what is the exact difference between fastest and least connection? Because the least one is getting the packet, right? Is it doing something on layer 7 request?
so you see, when we talk about layer 7, there can be 4 different applications, right? But if I talk about least connection, it means regardless of the application, it is monitoring layer 4 connection, right? Let's say application 1, application 2, application 3, application 4. This might have 10 connections, this might have 10 connections, 20 connections, 5 connections. Right now, we are talking about application, per application we are talking about. And then your VS will work. But if you forget to use a profile, it will ignore, it will say 10, 20, 40, 45. Total number of 45 TCP connections we have. So using fastest, it is actually tracking the application profile. Okay.
Got it.
But
Exact number of per application, how many requests are there? Okay.
yes, yes.
And not accumulating the server request. Got it.
TCP connections can be a number, right? In this case, even. But here we are tracking now one application. Assume, assume, how to explain this now? One single user is using one application and has created 4 TCP connection. Assume it will consider one request using profile. Got it?
Can you say that again? A single user has.
Let's say in this case, if the single user will create 4 TCP connections, those will be,
Okay.
and that can work when we have any specific, like assume uh, kind of Amazon, Flipkart, any of these applications running. That is fine in that case. But if I'm offering a game server, let's say, yeah, these are game servers, assume. Game servers, game servers, game servers, right? Inside the game, we connect to multiple characters, right? Multiple characters. But my ID is single actually, correct? So
Yes.
this time, this user might create 10 TCP connections, definitely, because it is using different stuff from the same server. So that time, if I'm using fastest and application profile here, it will actually land all these connections to, or it will count this as a single connection to one of the server. It will not count 10 different TCP connections. Make sense?
Okay. Okay.
They're purely application based, we can say.
Okay. Oh, got it. Otherwise, it would have counted 10 different to others as well, distributed to others as well. Got it.
The gaming application, if we do that, it would be kind of some error might be. We are not sure, but we are just thinking in that way as a
Like
general.
if we just put it by least connections and not the fastest one, then it would have distributed to others as well, making sure who has the least. Okay. But because it is fastest now, it will check if it's the same client, no matter how many connections it has, it goes to the same server. Got it.
Correct. Now the another one is observed. In the observed, this is very different. Kind of mm, new connections will be sent to the server that has best rating. Now, how they calculate the best rating? As per the combination of least connection plus fastest metric, or we call it response. So it will put the best rating as per the number of least connection and the fastest metric. Assume server 1 is holding 4 active connection. Server 2 is holding 10 active connections. But the response of the server is 1 millisecond. The response here is 1 second. In this case, this will get the different rating and this will get a different rating. So if I talk about rating, let's say this gets a rating of 2, this gets a rating of 5. It means now what will happen here? The device that has the highest rating, that will get the packet first. So what we are tracking here is, rating is, you can ignore this rating. What we are tracking here is the combination of least connection, 4 and 10, and fastest metric also. When we say
So
fast,
the 1 second was what exactly? 1 millisecond and
okay, these are least connection. 4 number of TCP session, 10 number of TCP session. Okay. In the least connection, what we observe these things, correct?
okay.
Right. But here it has a combination of the response of the server also. Assume this server is having, let's say that it's running from last 2 years and that is very old, right? Now the response is very slow. In 1 second, I'm getting a reply of one of the packet. Okay. Or whatever mechanism I'm using to track it. But this server is giving me reply in 1 millisecond. So I feel this is better than this server, right? So I should offer more connections to this server instead of this server. Got it?
Okay. So when you say fastest here, that does mean who is faster in reverting.
Response. Yes, exactly. So internally, they have few protocols running in the background. F5 just verify the response time of the server. So they track it actually. Server 1 is responding in 10 milliseconds, server 2 is responding in 1 millisecond. So this is much better than, right? So even
Okay.
if here we have 4 connection and here we have 6 connection, it will try to prefer this one actually first. Got it?
Okay. Got
So this is observe. Okay. Next we have is predictive. So predictive is something new. Let me note down. New connections will be forwarded to the server that has best rating with least connection plus fastest metric response basically plus how the server is trending. So basically here what we are checking,
how the server is. Sorry.
server is trending. Okay. Trending basically
Okay.
performance it is checking again. Basically, you can say let's say one we have is okay, how to explain this one? If a server is having best and high performance that will get the packet first. Or if I explain a different way, okay, maybe you will get confused by using this observed also. Here we have similar thing. So here we have three combinations. Earlier we had least connection fastest metric, right? And how the only two. Here what we have one more combination, that is how the server is trending. So how to explain the server trending? Let's say assume let's say one of the server number 1 is having 16 GPU and 32 GB RAM. Server 2 is having, assume 32 CPU and 64 GB RAM. Okay. In this condition, when we have these servers available, what happens actually? It is not like I'm using a single, okay, in the servers, it would not be 32, let's say 33 to 20 GB, 320 GB or 640 GB. They will have multiple RAM slot available and multiple CPU available, right? On the server. When we talk about the big servers. Same here, multiple RAM will be available and multiple CPU will be available, right? So right now, assume they are very equal, fine. If let's say these two RAM went in the bad state, now this server is trending better than this server. This is how we are saying they are trending. You see, if one more goes down, that is not trending well. This is trending well because all the resources are working fine here. This will be able to accept more number of connections. Got it? Is that clear?
Okay.
Yeah. So here, what extra we are checking, the server, how the server are trending, which is having the highest configuration available or the resources available. That's how we are saying. Okay. Any confusion? Let me.
So the trending is what the performance is.
Yes, correct. Because the device will have the higher RAM, higher CPU available, that the performance will be much better, right?
Got it. Thanks.
Now, another one is dynamic ratio. If I choose a dynamic ratio, here it is something based on the performance only. We are not checking any layer 4 connections, nothing else we are checking. We are just checking the performance. Which server is trending best? That's it. On the behalf of that, they will keep changing. Okay, can you hear me?
I think the meeting had ended. So now it's back. I lost you once you were saying dynamic ratio. After that, I did not hear anything.
No. So in the dynamic ratio, what happens actually? In the dynamic ratio, it is like it is just checking the best performance servers. That's it. Based on the performance, it is trying to allocate the ratio, dynamic ratio. In the static ratio, manually we define, here it automatically define the ratio as per the performance. That's it, nothing else. Okay.
Okay.
Now, finally, let's come to the point where we define these parameters on the behalf of two things. One is member and one is node, individual node. Okay, the one I was talking about that I'll discuss. Now you will get the clarity. Okay, let us pick any of the method. let's say least connection. Okay. Let us talk about least connection. I'll draw two design. Okay. F5, server 1, server 2, server 3. These two servers are handling, these three servers are handling two different services. Okay. Assume HTTP and FTP. Okay. Server 1 HTTP request might be 107. It might be 2 here. Let's say 108 connections, 3 connections, 99 connections, and 25 connections. Assume. Okay.
Okay.
I'll just do one thing. Copy this. Okay. So one I'll talk about member, one I'll talk about node. So here let us talk about this is member based and this is node based. Okay. So in the node based, this node is handling total number of connections 109. This node is handling total number of connections 111. This node is handling total number of connections 124. Agree?
Okay.
Diagram and the things are clear.
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay. Now, next thing. The moment we choose members, right? What will happen here? In this case, if F5 get a packet for HTTP, assume, let's say this time I'm getting a packet of HTTP. Okay. In both cases, I'm talking about right now. What will happen here? So in this case, the server number 3 is holding the low number of TCP connections, right? For the HTTP only. So the packet will move to this member first. In this case, okay. If
Got it.
get a packet of FTP, the packet will move to this server first.
Okay.
If I choose node, node says every single combination. In this case, if I get a packet of HTTP or FTP, right? In the case of HTTP, it will go to this first. In the case of FTP, this will go to this first. You see?
Okay.
So in the member, they are checking which member they are allocated, which service they are allocated. And on the behalf of service, they will choose packet forwarding. And in the case of node, they are actually calculating how many connections we have. Now, if let's say get 3 connections, so this would be 5 then. Then it would be 9, 10, 11, 14, assume. Then now the connections would be here then on this server. Got it?
So how can we configure, because node I can see, but how can we configure member and node?
Okay, this we can choose actually, right? If I go here, well, yeah, okay. It is not in a minute. What happened? Oh, IP is changed. My Wi-Fi flapped actually. Global traffic, pool, click here, members. Here we choose, I want to use node, let's say least connection. I want to use member or I want to use least connection node. Okay. What was your question? Let me know. If
Uh, because see, in the diagram you showed, if we use node, it will take cumulative connections of server. And if we choose member, it will figure out which service we are using and on what connections we have per service. So the least number will go for the service. So how can we choose both? If you go back to F5, node is, if you go to load balancing method,
okay.
right? So the node is there, but for the member, where we can see the member here.
Okay, that's a, if I let's say choose least connection member, it means in the background, it will verify the same server. It means now I need to have two servers ready here, right? It will verify,
Service is ready here for the server.
sorry.
I mean, my question was, how can we apply that member and node analogy of what you showed in the screenshot in the chat?
Yeah, so here we choose, right? You see, the moment we choose least connection members, it will work on the behalf of member then. Okay. If I
Okay, so
here only it will categorize what mechanism, because
okay,
connections will be same everywhere in both conditions. That's a single condition. These are the two conditions that where we are trying to segregate the connections. Okay.
oh, got it. Now it's clear that
Yeah.
it it chooses based on. I mean,
Yeah.
it has already categorized
Yeah.
member and node.
Already, yeah, these connections are here. Now we are trying to decide, okay, let's go for the member or let's go for the node, right?
Okay, got it. Because ratio exists for member and node both, and so does weight, and so does other things as well.
Yes,
Got
yes.
it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Nice.
So
Okay.
this is something new which I learned. Thanks.
Nice, nice. Okay, cool. So, and goal is weighted, priority group activation we have done, right? Any doubt in that?
Priority what? Sorry.
Priority group activation, any confusion here? This is clear, right? It will use on the behalf of the active members or the higher priority members.
Yeah, and
Okay,
the preemption is there if if the first group goes down, it will move to other
exactly right.
until the first comes
This,
up. Okay, got it.
if I choose here two, so at least two members should be active. If that falls below two, it will fall back to the another set of servers.
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Okay, and let's take a small break of 5 minutes and then we'll continue. Okay.
Sure, sure. Thank you.
Okay, shall we start?
Yeah, sure.
Oh. So let's do one thing. Let's start with the monitoring.
Okay.
So the monitoring is something, using monitoring, what we do actually, we determine availability and performance of network resources. Just like in our case, we have the server available. So you see,
So
like,
packet servers.
yes. Yeah, network resources in general, when we say monitoring network resources, but in our case, what we have here is like our servers, our nodes, right? So what we can do here is something. If I need to identify or I need to monitor a specific resource, basically reachability, I can do that, right? If I talk about very specific, let's say, for a expected resource, let's say we are sending one signal to one of the URL and getting a reply back with one of the content. So even that we can track. Remember, like we were using HTTP and where we had to put like get request, and in the reply request, in the response request, it should get something. And the developer will give me the get and response also. If that matches with that, so what we are tracking actually is the expected response is same or not, right? With
What is saying the for exposed what exactly that is written?
specific resource, first of all, like a specific web page, assume over the reachability, right? And for a expected response, okay?
Expected response. Okay, got it.
Expecting actually. So that we can track actually under the HTTP get and response request, right? Where
Got it.
the developer will give me, let's say the get page request that, okay, use this URI and in the response, you should get this actually. So you will put this inside your HTTP monitor, right? And then once you
Okay.
put that, your HTTP monitor will actually work for that specific response. If you receive the expected one, it is fine. Otherwise, it will mark as a down or failure. Correct?
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. With all these with a defined interval. Okay. With a defined interval. So remember, we were talking about timers, right? We can configure some timer interval value, the timeout value. By default is actually 5 seconds and the wait is 16 seconds. So that is basically your 3x plus 1 and x is your this value. Okay.
Yeah. XCMP, yeah.
116, right? So this is how we can do that. So monitoring is something we are trying to check the availability. We are trying to check the performance also, right? The device is available, responding or not. There are chances the device is available, the resource is available, but that is not responding due to some issues. It means we have the performance issue, right, of the server. So these we actually can track, right? And with all these things in the specific resource, we have discussed what if I want to monitor a specific reachability or I want to monitor service, I can do that, right? We have seen that actually. Even we have captured the packet also where we have seen these two things. Agree? Now, next. For this one, even we have seen one HTTP monitor, right? Interval by default is this one everywhere, but the moment we configure manual monitoring, that time we can add customized timers also. Agree? So let me quickly show you. Go to monitors. Okay, so here we have, if I click on the monitor, I will get this page directly. And if, let's say, if I directly click this plus page, it will directly show me the time and the way to do the configuration. If I choose, let's say, HTTP, you see the interval are basically customized one. So by default, you see, by default is 5 and 16, even without choosing anything, right? So if I want, I want to send the packet in every 3 seconds and the response should be in 5 seconds. I can do that actually. So these are customizable. So the moment we configure them, yes, we will be able to configure or we'll be able to modify every single piece of information. Got it?
So if we want, we can have new monitor and customize it. Okay.
Yes, yes, definitely. That's what we do, right? Right. Now, next thing. These monitors we use for types, we can say, nodes, pool. Under those, we have the pool member and the virtual server. Okay. Now, so to these, we can attach actually those monitoring methods, right? Now,
So manual monitoring can be attached to these types or even the automatic one.
yes, we can, yeah, we can. It is something. The moment there are a few default monitors, those are already in the table, and the one we create, then it will be listed there. So the moment we choose monitor, it will actually show me only the list of the monitors. It is not kind of we have two different table, one with automatic, one with static one. No, it's a single table where all the monitors are stored. Okay. So if let's say I configure.
Okay, so either manual or automatic, all will be listed, and we can choose which one we want.
Testing HTTP, assume I select here HTTP. I just confirm it, finish. It is available on the second page. It is available, where it is. Test, yeah, the first one, right? Now, if I go to, let's say, to the pool, click on the pool, members, and load balancing. Oh, sorry. Monitor we are about to choose. You see testing HTTP is available. So these are the common available methods that we have here. This is a combined with like dynamic, the one is pre-configured, or no dynamic, we can say default one actually, right? Because these are the default one. And the one we created, those are customized one. This is how we can see. Got it?
Okay.
So the table is same. No difference in the table. Now.
Okay, the table will contain both default and customized, and then we can choose. Okay.
Correct. So there are a few monitoring methods, right? One is simple monitor. One is active monitor. Last one is passive monitor. Simple monitor is something. It is used to check the server whether it is available or not. It means we are just checking up or down, or indirectly we can say reachability.
Okay, server reachability.
Yes, that is actually ICM, right?
Okay.
ICMP is a part of the simple monitor. Active monitor is something, it directs the traffic to the servers or services, we can say, sorry. What we are tracking here, we are tracking a specific web service or any other service we are talking. Okay. So specific web service, specific service, if I want to track, so I can use active monitors. And under active monitors, it can be HTTP, HTTPS, it can be FTP, it can be any other services. Whatever we think is service can be. Okay. Any confusion in simple and active monitor?
No, all clear.
Okay. Now, the moment we talk about the passive monitor is something. So assume the health of resources based on
So
connect.
it analyzes
Sorry.
it analyzes the health of resources. That's what you meant?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So that is example here we have is in-band monitor.
And based on correction attempt, what does it?
Okay, passive monitor is something health of resources based on connection attempts. Now, if I talk about our load balancing methods, they actually directly use these in-band monitors. Got it? You remember, like we had a different mechanism over there to track the health of the server, right? So those
Okay.
under actually passive monitor. Okay.
Okay. So it's called inward monitor. Okay.
Yes, in-band monitor. Sorry, in-band.
Okay, in-band. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So the one which has
Mhm.
health as in the connection number of the services and the performance, everything like that.
Exactly correct. Right. So those comes under in-band monitor. Okay. And so based on monitors, our resources status will be changed. Sometimes it will be available, sometimes it will be down, sometimes a different we have actually. Okay, so we'll talk about those status. The moment our monitor do not work or they get a response like the server is down, server is up and running, server is fully utilized. So we have different color coding that we get actually. Okay. Now, and so just architecture is something that we need to focus. Node will represent your pool members. Pool members represent your pool actually. Right. This is a chain actually, right? And then further, virtual server. So this is how we have the chain. If all them are down, it will be down. If your pool members are down, if one of the pool member is working and one of the node is working, your pool will be up and running and your virtual server will show green. Everything is fine, no issues, right? But if all of them are down, it will show me the down status. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying okay.
Okay.
All our intelligent nodes are down and virtual server will also show down. Okay.
Exactly. So these are actually connected because at last our servers are offering the services. If my servers are not available, so there's no sense of showing any other status on the pool also, right? Node definitely will show directly that is down. But if three nodes are there and one of them is up and running, your pool will say I'm up and running because I'm still having one of the node that is actually serving the services, right? So pool will say, no, I'm up and running. Just give me the packets. I'll hand over to the active one. Because on the pool also, we are tracking the monitoring, right? We are putting the health over there, correct? So node also keep the tracking of the health they also keep the track of the health, right?
Got it.
Yeah. So these are the methods that we have and we actually use. Okay. Now, let's talk about type of monitors. In the type of monitors, there are some predefined. We have some predefined set of monitors. The one we have seen actually. Predefined is basically predefined. Okay. Then we have custom monitors. Custom monitors are something, the one we configure manually. Got it? These two we have seen actually, right? Predefined, yes, we have seen custom, we have configured customs also, right? Now, last one is something certain monitor, certain types of monitors we have. Like those comes under customers, custom monitor. Okay. Address checking monitor. Okay. Service check monitor. Content check monitor by using that get request. Okay. And path check monitor, that specific path is available or not on the website. Okay. So these are the certain types of monitor that we can configure under custom monitor, right? So address checking is something we are checking only the reachability of the IP. That's address checking. Service check is something we are checking IP plus service port number also. So indirectly, service monitor also verifying the reachability kind of thing we can say, right? Because it is checking. No, we can't really say because IP ping would be blocked, right? So it will check service up and running or not, and the service is available or not, right? Indirectly, that is checking the server services, right? Content check is something it will send the TCP connections to and initiate the connection to the server, will verify specific, will send a specific get request, will get a response, and so on. Path checking also the same way, right? Any confusion in these monitors, predefined monitor, custom monitors, and these certain types of monitor?
So you had said that for monitoring, we can monitor based on expected response.
Exactly correct. Yes.
So, I mean, can we have some example of these, if possible?
We can't really configure because, okay, how do I explain this? We don't have actual web server. We don't have even the developer who can give us the get and those requests, right? Because if you see here, I have to put some, you see, this is something to just check the web page is available or not. Now we are not sure as an engineer what receive string should be, right? So these are something only the developer can provide to engineer.
Exactly. But we, like you said, monitoring, uh, for monitoring, we can based on availability, performance, specific resource, and get post, right? So
Right.
get post will come under what type of monitoring method?
Oh, okay. Custom monitors. These are all custom monitors. So if you see, only in HTTP, I will do something like, okay, I want to verify one of the application or one of the page, or let's say login page is available or not. So that time even we are putting get and response, and we are putting content also, some username password also, right?
So that is custom monitor.
It's
Okay.
custom
So
monitor.
even the one which set the certain checks with path, content, and address and service check, they are also custom monitors only.
All yeah, exactly. So when we are saying these certain types of monitor, these are actually custom monitors. All these are. This just a breakdown of the custom monitors.
Okay,
But we
got
can-
it, got it.
Okay.
And content check was expected response was also content check only, and it was type of custom monitor only. Okay, got it.
Content check, we are receiving specific web page, so yes, everything is fine. If we are not receiving, then there are some issues.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Then we have is monitor interval and timeout setting. So interval is something after how many seconds it will send the packet. Okay. As we know, interval is something always like after how many seconds the device will keep sending the packets to the neighbor in a very frequent manner. Timeout is something the time to get a response of monitor, right? So what time the server is taking to give me a response. Got it? So by default, the interval, if that is X, so timeout would be 3x plus 1. In our case, what we are seeing, 5 and 16. Just 5 by 3 plus 1. This mechanism. Okay. That's a recommendation from the F5. So even the moment we configure manually, we try to keep the same way. Okay. If I configure 3 seconds, then I would be using like 10 seconds as a reply. Okay. That's a standard. Now, finally, the very main important stuff. Overall picture of this monitor. Monitors are fine. We can configure, we can attach it. Finally, we have to see the monitor status icon. Only status icon can let us know what is happening. We have configured fine, but if we don't know how to see the icons, we can't really do anything. Those monitors are useless then. So if you see a green circle, it means that is available. Okay. The one we get actually. So let me quickly show you. If I go to the node, I can see a green circle, right? It means that is available right now. Everything is fine. Okay. The node server is available. That is up and running. Service is up and running. Perfect. Next. If you see a red diamond, it means, let me note down. Red diamond, it means that is offline. If we see a black diamond, that is forced down, forced offline. I'll explain one by one. Okay, let me just note down here the possible one. If you see the blue square, the one we have seen earlier, that is unknown or did not receive first response yet. Then we see another one is yellow. What do we call it? Yellow triangle. It means the connection limit is full. Remember on the nodes, we define the connection limit also, right? Okay. So let me start with one by one. Green circle that is available, we have seen. Red diamond is it is offline. So let's do one thing. Let's bring down one of the server. Okay. And then we will come here and we will see that goes down or not. And after how many seconds that goes down? Root. Let's go to the user one. I'll not make it down. I'll just make my adapter down. Disable. This is user one. Let's come here. User one is here. Refresh. That is down, but still here we see the green. But now it is red diamond. Okay. So if your device is offline, what we see here, we see the red diamond. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, one more we get actually, I forget. That is black circle. That is disabled.
It went down, you mean?
I'll explain. Okay.
Okay.
So red diamond is clear. If the server is offline, so I will see the red diamond. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's bring down the another server also and see the pool will go down or not. And if you see here, right now, one of them is available. That's why my pool is saying I'm available, right? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go here, adapter settings, make it disable, come back here, go to the nodes. Now we have to wait for another 16 seconds. Yeah, down. And if I go here, that is also down. Got it?
Okay.
Any confusion, any doubt till this point?
All clear.
Yeah. And following that, as I was talking about the hierarchy, following that, your VS should be down. And you see, that is also down, right? You see what is it is saying actually? The children pool members are down. That's what we discussed actually, right? If all of them are down, all of them are down, it will be showing down. But if one of them is available,
That will show up.
exactly. Once this is up and running, pool is up and running, VS is up and running. Got it? Make sense?
Okay. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Another one is okay, this is done, this is done. Black diamond. This is paused offline. Black circle is disabled. So let me try to show you this behavior. So
What are we checking? Black?
black diamond and black circle.
Okay.
Let me bring up both device first and try to have some connections. Okay, we have some active connections. Fine. Now, if I go to LTM nodes, I choose this and I say force offline. I choose this and I say disable. Let me go here. Okay, I think here we don't have the behavior. Okay, because we don't have like a continuous TCP connection. No worries. Let me come back here. Nodes. Now, in both cases, these are not available. If I go here to the pool, that is saying something I'm not available. What that is saying? Available disabled parents. Okay. We have disabled those parents. Okay. I have seen this color first time.
I don't understand actually. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah, let's come back here. So if you mark your device as forced offline, it will be a black diamond. If you mark your device as a disable, it will be circle black. Now, what is the main difference between them? Difference is if you mark them as force offline, it means it will not accept new connection. Fine. Disable will also definitely. It will not accept new connection. Plus, in the force offline, it will process current connection. In this case, it will actually drop all the connection, all the current connection. That's the main difference here. Okay.
And force offline is circle or
In both cases,
triangle.
they will never process the new connections. Okay.
Okay.
Second thing is, if I do force offline, they will process the current connection. But if I mark it disable, it will even drop the current connections. Okay. Let's say to server 1, we had 10 active connections. Server 2, we had the 10 active connections. If I mark that as a force offline, it will not accept new one, but server 1 will keep servicing these 10 connections. But here server 2 will drop actually these connections at the same time. Got it?
Okay. So black diamond is force offline,
Yes.
and disable is circle, black circle.
Right. Correct. And the difference is when you mark as a force offline, it will process the current connections. If you mark disable, it
Right.
will process anything then. Nothing.
It will drop everything. Black circle will drop everything. Disable. Okay.
Right. And this
Got it. Thank you so much.
today I have
Did-
noticed, like I did not notice this actually. This color it will have the moment you disable your child pool manually. Okay. So there are 3 colors for the circle also. Okay. Yeah. Any confusion? You were saying something.
Yeah, I was saying that F5 is like very much detailed, and
Oh yeah.
thanks to you letting me know,
Look,
because
here
everybody can miss it.
yeah. Detail is something like even if I talk about Palo Alto, that is very detailed. If I compare with other vendors, right? Palo Alto is very like good firewall. It has n numbers of things to discuss, very good features. And same, I believe F5 is. There are too many things that we should know, and these works in a really great way.
My last company was Microsoft, where I worked for 3 years. It's not as much detailed, to be honest, as your, like, if you go product wise as well, one product at a time. So that might be the case. I'm thinking this is too much detailed.
Nice. Cool. So this is clear. This is clear. When we say blue square, only first time we see that actually, that is something unknown. It means we have not got the first response yet. In that condition, we get the blue square. Okay. So
Did not receive first.
yeah, we have not
First.
the first response yet. Assume I'll create one now. Initially,
Okay.
for few seconds, I will get blue square. It means I'm trying to send my request, but for those first 16 seconds, I'm not receiving the response back.
Okay.
Only for the first 15 seconds, the status will be available there. If the server is
All
down,
So we have not received a response yet from server, and it's might be 15 second or 5 second or 2 seconds.
might be. Yeah, there are
I
chances.
have not got. Okay.
If I send a request, server is busy and that will give a reply me in next 6 seconds. So for time being, it will show me blue square, but only first
Okay.
time. Just first.
Only for the first connection. Only for the first time. Okay.
Yes, the moment we create it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we will.
Yellow triangle.
Yeah, yellow triangle is something. If you remember on the notes, we define the connection limit, right?
Mm-hmm.
When a connection limit 10, and now server is actually entertaining 10 connections. It will start showing you yellow triangle. It means connections are full. Do something.
Okay. So either it will be more than 10 or equal to 10, then it will show that.
Yes, exactly. Right. Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Any confusion, any doubt at this point?
All good. Thank you.
Awesome. And okay, so let's wind up here today. Okay. And tomorrow we will start with netting. Net we will see, and we'll be continuing the profiles. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And first of all, Neeraj, thank you so much for helping me out in my worst times and being so much helpful and detailed. Like people will not tell so much, and so I really appreciate. I just wanted to, ask you just like the realistic, whatever you feel the realistic approaches, because the way you're teaching, we need to continue that because we cannot just, the way you're teaching is the way we can move forward because I'm understanding.
Yeah, definitely.
So how many days you think will LTM take
Okay.
based based on my current speed, because my speed is also slow.
No, this is good actually. That is fine actually. This is not slow. Okay, this is the time actually, the standard time in that. Okay. So, I believe another 8 hours we can complete, or maybe another 10 hours.
Okay, all right. Like we have tomorrow Sundays, thankfully Sundays. Oh, you're also available tomorrow, right?
I'll be available, but around 12:30 I'll be available. Okay, is that fine?
Yeah, that is fine. So we have tomorrow and from Monday onwards, actually, because I have office, okay? And even though I mean the point is I'll try to take work from home, but because there can be some, even though I'm not on production yet, but still there can be some disturbances. So from Monday onwards, what time will you be available? Like what's your preferred?
So what I was thinking actually, if we need to stretch tomorrow few more hours, we will try to stretch it. Okay.
Okay, because if we need on Monday by chance, like whatever if we by chance we need Monday and Tuesday as well, what
Then,
we can do is we can do evening, because on Monday and Tuesday I can do work from home. So from 5 o'clock to some things we can do.
okay, perfect. I do a few batches, but once you're free on the Monday, text me or text her. Then we can have the session. Okay.
Okay, so okay. Thank you so much, Neeraj. We'll figure out some ways.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.